Now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE.
Odisampa Kasiabo Kowaka Temunsa Amaya Se Kwesi Aboagye
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine Bo
Nitafe
Mumayentie Kwesi Aboagye 100.9
Kwesi Monkwe.
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much for tuning in to Need 100.9. 22 days into the month of December. Yes, sir. Yes, Mamuina Kwaba, and a pace you can't go ever had here because of my Ghana MONTIE, and a page media at Nasia de Bremo. If I'm crazy, ABOAGYE, a fee sabric open beds and on Dumiroa. And a pay on my Ghana and some not to say. Yanimo Babeche, but you don't want Cratano, any Munsemenche, Yadiano Bremo. No Sia Body, no Sia Cassia Bononso, Epimo. So before that, Yanimo Beco Internet and Swaka and 70 Chegu on him say. Now, when him say, yeah, Mrashabe Dream. There's a Omuye Juma and Rat, Wamo Muso, Wamuso Mukako di Brunya. Womo ye juma fiti enrasa ahomachi eno movie anamuda so to wazi ba wazini wana kaba wotua entimwa mon Engineer Koso Yamrashibi Jimnano PABD Hong Kong Beheseni and 7 City. Near mine, Nunti Wamutina Hofiti Bem said, Ra, normally ba and Nediano. And come on, Yadina, the Bremo Yano Pejimedi, Ghana MONTIE. I mean, fast, like I say, for my PCFMonline.com, the other major online portals, Nayenji, Ayan Semno, the Go, our internet. So. Right, so let's start off with this one that says S&P downgrade Ghana again to further junk status. Now, global ratings agency S&P has lowered the sovereign rating on Ghana to selective default from CC a day after the country announced it will suspend its debt payment to some external creditors, including holders of Eurobonds. Ghana SMP for nkofwe oman se chese omu nyaa ekra me enso ye ho ntoye CCC baby ani e wo no wo matie FCCC kura wo mse omdi akwa akodu baby e friend selective default credit ratings omo a okwa akwaje bosia wi ase eye sikadwama no so chese omo no omo chirese we no ubo no bosia wotua we ni sikasem koye we ni sikasem no enkoye entie bi a wo ma ni sika nya de obetimi atua no ya wo mo nhihye bi a wo mo ye na e chirese okiwe wo de chirese yes we obo bosia obetua we wo hwe ni sikasem a baby a wo de Ghana akwa akodu ndie fantini bese monyo ana pewe heni ye bedi eno so hon komo. Parliament suspends over 2 billion Ghana cedis estimates from Finance Ministry. The Parliament has put on hold the approval of over 2 billion Ghana cedis budget estimate for the services of the Finance Ministry for the year 2023. Now, this came after the minority raised concerns about the allocation of 1 billion Ghana cedis for resource mobilization for the ministry within the estimates. NT AM Rashebe Jumia CCKB say Finance Ministry be 2 billion Ghana cedis. Dom kuma no nom koye lapo. Wọ́n say debut sikana mo di abano senia mo si bu enkonta no. Debi say we dey mechechim ye husu ye. Enti make say dey si be 2 billion no 2023 budget no. Say sikano dey ti say bi anchechim no etimi ba na wọ́n mechechim ye o ma mechechim ye dey na chese. We must commend Akufo-Addo for reviving economy. NPP Justin Frimpong Kodia, General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, has called on the Ghanaians to commend President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government for taking steps to address the challenges that confronted the economy. The country over the past 6 months has recorded deteriorating economic indicators, with inflation hitting 50.3% and a depreciating cedi that has increased the cost of living now. The General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, at a press conference yesterday, December 21, 2022, assured that the steps being taken by the government will continue to yield positive results to lessen the burden on Ghanaians. Quote, so we ask if the government can be blamed for the cedi depreciation. Why can't the same government be credited for the appreciation of the cedi? We also find it gratifying that owing to the massive appreciation of the cedi, prices of petroleum product at the pump have reduced, resulting in a 15.3 reduction in transport fares. That's percentage terms there. So, amanyoko MPP and now woman and central for shame. And some now the two John said, send your name see Condi, said Ghana for it me bomb and penny, and MPP, a buying your bomb abaso. And something in an said, Nan saying, and your man call your best, Busumi Bay, Sieni, or her saying, and your man call Ghana, CD, dollar, CD, Ahodina, but from crack, and yakra. Na dollar, shiano, no, if you CD, petrol, bois, na, and your man, bois, na, cosro, na, CCR, dear, CD no, na, what they know, epijano. They say, Epijan Musua, one so dollar, no, crank. And a petrol boy so buffo. What say? Send ya moyen and no. On San and then so. But Ananya Manco Yeno, number the Subono boy, MPP, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and MPP are buying. What's in your mass? Here, co ye, dear. Same to me that a young Penyasi, Mbona Basso. And I'm saying, Justin Kodia, Church for Penny, my MPP, no. And 7 dollars from bad mammy fan so hanum saying near faster I can say from my PCFMonline.com other major online portals. You know, must say near my J. A. de one crata no swinimun sem And Yahweh, send and 7 city or the front pages of the newspapers. That one in a bit. Daily Graphic, the Democrat, no far a year nearby Joshua. Now, I said, despite Mofa's intervention, food prices still high. Building strong distribution channels advocated. Or say, Nancy Abaka, Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Omkofeniani, now I'm the B bank and Hanum say no more talk. No more yen, you may be a city, a baby, and no bobby me about from Bow. Say, no more ye biano. And Kosi Aga, in Yanebo, Sira, I was sending a Daily Graphic, the Democratano, work economic poster slow growth in third quarter. Economy poster slow growth in third quarter. Chese, would they about third quarter? Third quarter, not say, who is it? Bosumi, Afibia, Miensa, and T, Chimian January to February, first quarter, January to March, first quarter. And till the fee April, what I'm saying, and so April, May, June, second quarter, July, August, September, third quarter. And the third quarter, no, see, our fourth quarter, more just you chat to cry. Third quarter, no, I'm just economy, and your man said, I'm Koye, Nanyama, a slow Daily Graphic, the Bocratano, and also a day, what I'm saying. The new publisher, the Bocratano, His Excellency Afai Donko, was the court stops Afai Donko and Muta Wakil, stay of Roman Rage House. And notice the Bania Bechichi Muyi. Yes, a court to a catcher a year Urei Reno a year Afai Donko. Any Muta Wakil. Yes, Roman Rage, a dime be on him say court to say Mamon Cohon. And to Master no Montie, maybe the Bocrata no can't me you actually Mamon Coho. The inside the Bocrata say National Cathedral, Domahine. NPP bigwig want Ekufuado to put project on hold. You see, Osaje for Osia dear your Ajiman Bedu Watoso Kane Uno Dikai. Nia Waka Chile your man penis or Sigana for sale or man penier. Cathedral no Jayo Jai Mensi. Samson I am who Nano Biribua him funish one say. Or see NPP bigwigs and so catch your man penis. O man penin and Ado Danko Ekufuado. Cathedral and Jai Mensi. Jaina skin honum say. No more catch your man penny, or my penny said, more cassa in Moya Mohonte said, Nehemia Bressono. More winning Bible Mupa, Nehemia Bressono, dear the corso. Aha, winning Bible, when said Nehemia near corso. That and my penny catch them more ye cathedral, and one yan monsino. I'm Hosambala for buy. Meanwhile, statement the Democrats say violence has no place in our politics. NPP calls on police to bring NEC vigilantes to book. NPP amanyuko no mo kachre NDC say to trust some ne basa idea. Ne yamanyo semi kebi mami kebi there be no. Enini ni twa kabia. Enti NDC ne basa ne to trust some no dear. Ghana Police Service for monhwe NDC for omoye basa bia obia obedi nsemhunu ewo man mu bia no MPP catch Ghana Police for say NDC 42 ni nsemhu amonchom. New Crusading Guy, Democrat, I say let's commend the Kufuado for reviving Ghana's economy, MPP. So, Democrat, New Crusading Guide, and so Justin Kudu, a church for Penima, MPP, Amanyuko, Nifuni down, say, Nyoka share a Ghana for a mere more man Penabas, why are dear? Nancy Nanyamanko, ye number the Subono de Bono. Na say, Nyamako, ye Sidino, a what they know, Abashra, Monfa, a year, and come from Famoman Penny, and Penino. Democrat and seven no be no. Yankoni and Kojino Siakasi Boche, Beba, Yaba Twaswa train sim no Edia Mamu, need 100.9 Ghana Montier.
came to this house and met us, the caucus, and said, look, you know what? I won't do IMF. I will not do IMF. Well, I think it's very degrading for a country like ours. But I have 2 revenue streams. Help me make it a reality that will not make us go to IMF.
And you fought tooth and nail to give him that?
Yes, you were here. 2 streams. One was e-levy. He wanted 1.5%. Haina Idrisu, the minority and co wanted 1%. Section China 1.5. We gave him the 1.5.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM.
Abo nonsia peace 104.3 FM suni o my ma ya mamachi anopa yi kasebo ayensa kan na ye de bremo no na kasebo fi peace FM so on kran sanam okay 101.1 afa sanam neat 100.9 de nyina ye wo ship house abeka junction en kran na afa hello 101.5 FM enu so kumase adum afa peace fm online.com so ekitan sami ene nsama foforo bebre de ma edomo atie radio stations bebre na agi kasebo tie e wo Ghana ene nkrofo aman so na kasebo ade bremu nsam a edi mu akotini bi ni say
NPP amanyokwa na yansandwafo shamudi atudwa say Ghana for mo na nado abaya so e wo sisi sikasama ejina yi
Ghana Statistical Service for na say GSS penia babondia beche say afi si ehwe se de yahode ne yakwankro ne sikasam nyine ye no a yekwadwuma pa na ekọ nanim
Opania ni dindi owura Daniel ne J Ofori director kwancha for that Forestry Research Institute of Ghana no say bro nyabusumi ni opa ye kwawura mu momo yenhwe eja yi ne betime de ewu
ye besan etia ma no nsem e Gambia ye asojafo pe se enkotu aban no eguo
yede mo call ball bom nso a Ghana Premier League no enra mu bobi Kotokuru Royals etina fie e wo Cape Coast agrupama so ye ball me kam yensa womentumi antie
Wei ani nsem bi editi eni aka bo ma no pe de be so se kasebo na ye ne amote ye ne anope ya joa ye boa ejei ena
achenkwa na menu bremu wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa na ahofedua hyane nso se eyesuzi eba center no kwani nyankopon ne mnie afimu ene nyame hu ye mobo na ode yankwa afa oyen enso babo na kase bokwasoa kwa atochanchen na su enyansa woni ntete se abo owo nti ene ate enye bibia ne edie na enye bibia ne enom edu papa ye de abo enwa dwa fitip January abapim sabri nyame hu ye mobo eye CB product CB no ye o ma de ene ye o mema de enti CB men capsules CB women capsules ba kwa aka nde obia timi yusubi efani CB soap kwani nyame anim nie aboa papa intodofo anso peso ye bema pi po pan uhia CB men obanzo beso you obesima e mani bu owa an bra unya de opewie de omfrem biom senke kama enkosa beba ade ne nye ye ho adwuma fra 0247 111 671 and 0246 56578750. This way chocolate drink do yani Ghana so share dia one papa bi Ghana cocoa ni dia yo na mansanchamfa efie mabusuabusia offices mumumbo bi na ebebo mu yepa ensam ni nchiremu na posema 1999 oshase
wie ensam no enie asuaponfo mu adusuafo won kabo mu kuo yefese University Students Association of Ghana USAG na se kworo no dia beto dwa se school fees buontu mu a aban ediaba ewo 2022-2023 academic year anase enwuma sua afie no wa monyi ntumu na anyi ntumu kira na woni Peace News kasiabofo na ekasa eye Patricia Sefa Fisher ne no edi nkomo ena pani oda USAG ekuo no ano Christian Anderson editu jase na say universities wo mo esuku fees ya aban atumu no ekwaso dodo ene enyan ehu na emu owerem na nyade adesuafo no bejato mo mpene so ne empene so kyana no kra da nchen ya saban antwe anse bema suku kro ho ayeden na na sabi be de na sabi hiani ba watimi akosuapon akotua school fees ya ne bo edin seye wo se wo mo aha nyina ne se kakakra bi anasa kokoma se wo bie suapon no na adesuafo for bobo ho akwa kotua sa school fees ane bo eden dodo eni nti no ekoba sa no na eni ayenyan eni nti omo stress ebetimi a aban enye onhwe na onye ehu bibi moma yentie nsem a omo kae no ebi
omo buye kom ano den dodo ya wo fontimi ntua oman ma ye den na eguso kan wa asem na motor fees mu dia na nde we nkyere aban a omo aye omo adwen so omo bebo ama adison akoso wo man mu cause wo fa ye mu bebre na o de sa edomi ekofa ye friends and free SHS mu na say SS4 omo ntimi SS kakra sebe ewo from no mo ntimi ntua na wetimi ahwa amo akofri SHS na we ya o de abebo no say obeto aso akọ university akotia 70 million kotia 60 million na no ye de omo koya na ase ye de omo bae enti ene ye se moa bi ewo ho bia no ye nye ne sisi a aka na otwe mienu ye hwe ne enka nsemu eni enti school fees ne bo no so efa nko from senior here ni bo sikeni bo obi a oho talk akra obi a betimeja university bi akọ na etimi de aboa ya man because ya nhwa ya bebo man no e fees no I was so aban hwe na de was all to no fan to senior ye school emma betina fie a embo man
we nipa ye tene kan eye Owura Christian Anderson na enu achi e de bisa nsa na se mu suna mu bo sodwotre di a ye wo enhye bia na se besia hye bia de ma asuafo ebi eye student loan trust fund NFA enhuma asuafo to get fund no eno so ho asam te se na ozio eno so se no kan ye
Oba university a ko ba kwa omusika ye de hwe ema university addition cost o man pa ye get fund na same ye tete say get fund ye de ade friend say cap ato mo so sika nke wo say kwa addition no ye yidodo na afi ho de ye nyoma foforo eno no ama addition aye den ama university omo da no so omo be hwe say university no administration be cost na aye den eno so ka hunti na ama omo press omo be to school fees mu
we nipa etene kan eye University Students Association of Ghana USAG penny awodano eye Christian Anderson
ya twa akanka se boro so de mako eye osu kokroko amanyoko ni ma opani emprempren ono no yo twotwofo da amanyoko ya no abranti agese otuntina ni abere se dachi bi no breaking the 8 no ono ne dom ebebu mu se pon ade ama MPP idini ora agese frempon kodia no ora agese frempon kodia ne MPP mpanfo ayensenjofo nhyiamu enra ukuo ya na asema odi atudwa ne se fata nkoma so dia na Ghana fo ebradu se aban na nado danko akufo adoda no omobo aban no abaso osi covid betwa mu na Russia na Ukraine to kwanche chirenche wo mo de be bari mu no ehunsunsanso Ghana fo nyina ni musam dollar ne tam sidi ne wi wo se Paul ama sidi nani so bri no avia ko ba se okuta dollar ba ko pa sidi nu banya makomaku edunum ene akire tina ma adwadie ni akone ba mu aye dene ne nipa bebre kam se ne agukuru mponi and yenu bronya busum ye wo mu ni angaza fi ko na wie ye de anhwa o man eja betom ye hu de si ye hu trick ebem na na danko akufo no Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia Ken Ovoriacha eni o man mu mpanifo twotworo committee pata ho a dollar yi NCD man so a efom nyama dollar na ekam kai sidi no otam dollar na hwe ma enen sidi ne anwode no efeba ose anu nti ena ese Ghana fo atimi bo aban abaso se watimi nyoma pa gu akwam na imprempren sikasem wa haw ni abrabo ma ho kire na ebubo ba no ano abrase MPP amanyoko twotwofo Justin Frimpong kodua eda de sede eto adwadifo ene won a woton nyoma nim se opom chaw oman ye ya eye mi nyina na honko ape emfaso buma na achubedi udokono kwa intikebe ya enyom amoton no sede na esidi na won aba na petrol buo ekofom na enu akwasa te petrol so aka wono kebe ya omonso omontete omonyoma so.
Our political opponents, as usual of them, when they were blaming government policies for the cedi depreciation, are now saying we should not attribute the gains to the government interventions. So we ask, if government can be blamed for cedi depreciation, why can't this same government be credited for the appreciation in the value of the cedi? We leave this to the judgment of you discerning Ghanaians, and that's typical of the NDC. We also find it as gratifying that owing to the massive massive appreciation in the value of the cedi. Prices of petroleum products at the pump have reduced, resulting in a 15.3% reduction in transport fares as announced by the transport unions. Although I must admit that these developments may not entirely address the prevailing socio-economic condition in the country, we do believe strongly that they may offer a sigh of relief to Ghanaians, especially as we approach the festive season. Certainly, there could not have been a better Christmas gift to all of us, and indeed, we must commend this government.
Ose nukuri nyamia minie wenye bibi amwasi amon krono emrana nyoma bobɔ kwan na no dene amanfo twa ban papa enzo hwede nyankopon ayo nyansa ne nimdi odi adom baomia ananado ana kenofuriata no matima hweme enesi kasemi agina pintinte wedie eye buro nya kyede kese a bawe edi amagana fosi sikasem no egina yi.
We are to answer no so Ghana Statistical Service kwanche for penny odano Professor Samuel Kobna enim edi atudwa na de woche nyane se afi se wo hwe omububu nkontane asese oman no sade yenyini ko yanim sade yanim si ko so a kuadwuma ho nsam no wose eno na enyini ko na enim ye pa ene se bosome miensa bia de omo kan se kwata bia no motena se na omo etoato adwene na omo hwe sade yanim esinyini ko na enim de ko fam de gina ba bi gina ene de enkwani mu ba na san hyemu no bi ase anabia koso e won kran eno na Professor Kobna enim e kasa wase no wodi atudwa ase so omoto hwe eniema ne ahode ani edwumadi awdo ye wo man mu a kuadwuma sam na afi e kwa na wieye etimi nyini ko na anim eyie rofani se quarterly gross domestic product no womo ebo ehu dwane no wo kyem se womo de nyina atoto ho a na kyesa afi kuadwuma sam ekwa na anim esen sectors ahodo akeka no enyina wo se kuadwuma sam kwa na anim ohamu nkyemu enan ani ekirepo ensia eye 4.6% na kyesa eyade anyine se wo de toto afra se ho a anasa wo de toto nia aka no ho a sectors aka no ho a na kyesa kuadwuma sam na etimi nyini kwa na anim wo se de afra ne se gross domestic product and as a GDP no ya kan nyina bom nya gas and oil afrimu a third quarter for afi 2022 no ya nyini kwa ya nimu ahamu nchemu miensa ani ekirepo ensia eye 3.6% na so sa third quarter krona sa wode toto afi etwemu afi 2021 ho a ya nyini na eno wona nim na ye 8.2% na so afi third quarter no ya nyini kwa ya nim 3.6% na eno nyina no kan nyina bom a wo senior sa wode nyina toto ho akwadwuma sam eno mom ena nyini kwa na nim dodo esene aka no
service that to go gross domestic product for the third quarter of 2022 either quarter on quarter na on year na share third quarter 2021 na the to third quarter 2022 ha ye hu de enyama ye produce Ghana and ne final value omanu do by 2.9% between the third quarter of 2021 na third quarter 2022 share a fee subsectors wa fema sector ne growth rate between the third quarter 2021 na third quarter 2022 Omanu agricultural sector or grow by 4.6%. The Otechi services sector no so issue and them be Omanu 3.9% between the third quarter 2021 and third quarter 2022. Sector Omanu Kakraba on industry sector between the same period 0.9%.
Enuachi Professor Kwabena nim esa to aso se won no si gina ye toto ne ma na be yese ana be boase woni asoafo mo no mo de ahwe hodo na no eni Ghana Statistical Service betan edi nkita ho na watan edi nkomodi nsa wo so na basa no a ebetimi aboa ma obi asua firi no yonko ho ama di yedie abre oman Ghana.
Agricultural sector no 4.6 growth rate na yehu in Nititi regional. The fishing subsector no growth rate also pound by 10.0%. Within the agricultural sector no subsector no growth no all form crops sector. Crop sector no omanu mundo by 4.0% relative to 10% na year recorded for fishing subsector. In Ghana Statistical Service a day to go that year shishema policy makers why there. Oil ministers na were in charge of areas na bobon. Yenyo batina from near bisa on there. Manufacturing sector no banedena oberform by 0.9%. Construction sector and yebisa minister and obandena oberform by 0.6%. Na yeshe fishing so also the highest growth rate within the agri sector by 10.0%. No yebo hwehwemi ehu da oye potia dam growth rate na as a country no we learn from each other across the ministry.
We are nipa etene kasai Professor Samuel Kwabena enim.
Openia ni dini Professor Dr. Daniel J. Ofori eye kwanchafo no no da Forestry Research Institute of Ghana no. Na wamadi dwumadie kese bi chenche power santimema yinkro kumase ene ode ensem bi atudwa. Ne nsem a waka nyina ne se nyame ahuyombo afene kwa wieye bosome efese December so kwa January February March April na se openo opebre no eyiniti na opani yiniti ze pe na ewiema ya wese na habane roba nyina ya wehire ti se wanhwe ye na digya kotum se wom asem aba Sabri nsu ene nkusia ne ngrantia moku a wofu yi wodabo ene nsebo enwo kire wom ni nyina nse asoe mu ma bi wachema sene efe na asoe omu be kwogru makopen nkrantie ni wakopen nkrantie kusie ba kupe onti obokusie ni ja kusie ni pia aboa na ne wura fika so asoja wo jeja no ho na odi kusie na chi onkomina no na na chi ayese grabu enti Professor Dr. Daniel Neje Ofori Edi Samson kwam nyameche Hello FM. Bon komo agache ne se. Yanga njaga na vo nya se opebremi. Ye kwan be fo so e be kura se eja eje nsema ese abusua e de kaba o de yawba e de kwadanda ba na chetimi kura je ye wo pebre ye kwowura mu ya ye nya ya so mbadwu yen. Ti nya krante ba sa ba ko penti ena akohwe obi kokofu de man di nsem wanya tu dwane se na afia no ahia ama omo bodwa kakra kanfo won adwuma efo a oye adwumaden bo mabaso ehye bi nso anunyam yentie Professor Dr. Daniel Neje oni Samson kwam nyameche enkomotwetwe no
Sabre ya yewura December mu eye opebre no nso eja hyehye eba bebre na eniema bebre wo ho a ejina yen yeso ene bi won so a eba natural ni ejina yeso ne se uba yen fie mu a ye pia ni yenundum kanea ni eja kanea sisu ni eja fana sisu ni eja ne ma bebre sisu ta ne ma ne ye wo modern si ebedunum ade bia hu hia ese besiso no yenum no sa na ye free office nso kwa yendundum ne ma bia hu hia sisu te se fan da bi obekwa na fan light ne eniema bebre sisu yenundum no na ade ba kwa no so hu hia bebre ni se yen gas so wa num no na baba na gas no eliki ejina dan no mu a ebi ababa kura so ukodum kanea na akoso kanea wo so ya pre na peja na eja eda ufie mu eda office mu ni ade eniema hu hia pa se ye behwe ne abo ye ho ban eyi ebi a wa pre wura wa do wura na adi jatom e ade hadwen bebre wo be yesa no na edi eja hye aba mu me yenhwe ni yi
Eni amutiye Professor Dr. Daniel Neje Ofori na enu esiye no ena de ebeto odwabiem sini se wanga wako ahun migiem ewa adwuma ma yede asom Ghana no omosom kan we ededa mpanifo ase
wo ye adwumaden a eboa wonya edo wonyame ani munya do wo mpanimfo anim nyankopon hirawo na nipa mpanimfo a no mu ye adwuma so no mu hirawo ani ha akwadworo omunyimfiri o mabrabom mo na wo kun ho ye adwuma no nyankopon once di kwa ne de be ma nyankopon wo hira so ma ne yesika kase de ma wo bebi obedru bia so mpanimfo bo dimpa ene se hwe megyina ha de wa ye presi me efe keke enti me sire me nuanom nketo me manom se o mu kun mo na o mu ye adwuma so o my Ghana
sika de obi ahia bata be ya ade papa se o masika no enye wo kan die bata adwumaden eno na eboa ma edesika eba na odi nimdie because so woni nimdie a eno na eboa ma unya sika o discuss we ni so bebra a mo oye sika pefo ma wakoye ni a ensese oye
Eni amutie ye won a waya adwumaden de aboa Forestry Commission ni abon abaso a ebi nso ekoma homjim Samson kwa menyameche ene de mane yen
abusuafo mutie kasebwe fi Peace FM so nkran baby a yadru ye homeso ni atonkra tew na yasan aba
Peace FM.
Amen.
Yenim some bisa say Nigeria sene say.
Asiane say what the army Nigerian sene ni our herbal ayaresam bio na kunudie adasidie na asia ani abasobode nko a. Se wan so wo hwe apomdim ho twa wode abra manfo. Efiri enti so ekosi ya na asia. Ehina yade sha ami hu ensa yade. Wode ni nro ni abefo efidie echi yade no kunu what time.
Amin at the herbal modern was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kind ekuye nyarewa.
Say suku fofra amano ne abɛsua ɛkwan a yɛde herbal sɛ adeɛ ɛwɔ army
wɔn nyinaa nti ɛna yɛde anigye fɛ from sɛ sɛ ne paawoɔ yareɛ bi hyehyɛ wo ho anaa yareɛ bi abɛgyina konya wɔ nipadua mu a Allahu shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah ɛnyame adom a ayaresa bɛba
army wɔ dɔme wɔbɛ old snake flat
ultra modern branch wɔ Klagon Tama Road frɛ 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital. The Abuka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papadia, a biwo, Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Carware, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media keka home. We are opening good warranty dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokumimli. CCTV a Buama monitor of properties, new business at anywhere in the world. CCTV need the whole. A detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. What's me connector my phone? I monitor baby Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosia Hodwa or ton phones and their home accessories. For 0544-959195 and 020-7937-323 and now so Bako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Now you can't discount any achadia. Freddy's Corner. Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So I come and show. And I bought peri the Bronican hardware noa. At the end of the Sawaye, that's how yam so timswe.
Wover packing a farmer, Martin's liver salt, Tetraquay, and Tem, as she and Shagu glass more at a Martin's liver salt, no back one, no, dear goom.
Uber who say, who a glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor, and a bacosia plain.
One more Hobato, Nemum Edina nu now hunto wa, who doctor.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
We ebusia mamu akwaba yetu akase bono so omanya ye de Gambia na no edipa bi ye se nkodituo ekotu aban na fi so ema anye ye amo ahuna kire enti ya kire asojafo nan enipa miensan bi kan wo mu do mo dwane ya fe ne ye pe wo mo ache wo mo ebesi sabredi wo mu nipa kropoti a ono no ta kire a wo pe senka omampani Adama Baro nko me yetu na ban no eguo omampani wadi ni fa edi kan awie na hini atoso mienu second term emu no ote a wodi Peni akonwa no the Gambia man kuma bi wo West Africa mantem ase ya ho no no magidi eviso bi enya ne sika no pe bia akogene ni akwadwodwo no ho a the Gambia man amanfo ta akopa omompo no efe omanu nsumu ya somdue eti omo nsusu wo mo wadoma ewira mu mu akese eti amanfo mo pese omo kwaji wo mani no ekobo mani akwanwa no the Gambia man a omotan ekomu pa wo man nkro banju se de nyame adom wose asomdue aba ne manyina asini dada mu obi yakona djuma obi a ekonu suku na o man tituo bia enka na sese adomo kanyina ne se asase na omo ti se bibia si no ku asi no apros soja djuma ne babonti be ya no so onya no kre asojafo na na omo tento omo mpom kakra na omo yeso mehwe djuma de bi nya no kre na so kire ne asi studio so nipa bi pese enkotu mampani na ban no edi eguo na mampani Adama Baro yi afi 2016 ana obetu mampani ya jame ya odi ade a kire ye e wo de Gambia no wagi din no manfo no do no obetu na de ya mabi anti ase kwan nam so asem kunimdie no etimi ebaaye sesi omampani jame ya ma afedie duru akire no Equatorial Guinea no kobo ne ho adwa na so besi nei the Gambia for da so a edo no okiremu a ebre omampani Adama Baro bedi ade ape ena soja fo mbanifo bebre gyayi soja adwuma no na sesi asa okọ oman ni mu a omampani no wankasa no wonhyeda ni enan bi gina so wori anantuo gina so wo man soja adwuma mu asakire ne se obedi mampani no onya sojafo ni sojafo mpanifo bebre eja ye adwuma no ena ono so kofa sojafo free Senegal so mo mebo ne ho ban etine personal security no Senegal fo ena omo yema no ena ne airport nso ene sushen gina bia nso wo de sojafo free Ghana ene Nigeria ena ebo ban wo ho ono na sojafo no onye omu ni enam sa ayoso nti ema de Gambia fo bebre nso ene nyi ade a mampani Adama Baro eye no fi se omo gidi se omo mudi omo gidi omo se omo de omo ho ti omo man mu no wakofo obi free ne man so ena wo bo wo mo ban ti omo mpene so saa
afe ball bo Ghana Premier League no egusu akwaso said eno me bo mamane no enso ntehwe onti gwa jangola bi bobo won fichire agye say pain abuagum nanzo anu abo na akwaso na wonsunsanso nie ajekopoku mo akuriche diaba krobia sante kotoko metema ewrade akomko atuntwa ho ni hire asemadi bone na verse pa kotoko boboa kumasi asante kotoko boboa fufu ogro ntwanhwe num aje abowie na nipa beji bum akopemo baba yara akopramaso enche bia akwana na obo nipa ndu 70 gotiko draw honorable azizansa eja wadwa hedebo na chase bono atena kasabati go ene agifun ontehwe na nzo kotoko se bende abache womu chi brekum Chelsea echrom se sezi agana bo na nyadede na nzo be hyemo bo ne kamienu ema brekum Chelsea eteka nmu baako bechem United enzo tinafie Tamale City etwa mo hom ti some na de be wo epan obi antima hye no nyonko yanom Dreams FC womu bomade to nsafra Alaji kan buguza team ni sebra Alaji opekasa pa ajiwe ho no ne tew mienu ti Dreams FC nso bo meka mienu a King Pfizer anti-mountain Kerala United enso bomade interview to nsafra mediama me ochimai adamfo wo bona kabako ena mediama se da bi sutro menemene ne mete ampani pa ten na wate na se no ade kopiam ni se de obo home bia no wanya de kuranya ne draw kotokuru aya se pe ena ebo home ezu obu akazi obirimu ngaze pampame ay akukwa de ehwe beku aku ena Lagos City chi kotokuru aya achim dan tim na omuni park nti wombobo Cape Coast no ena Lagos City se de za ben Keko su konkra de seben mumunu oda na mani so atamo epan ti anu atim aye hye no dodo pa Ghana Premier League no Kotokuru Oyas onso no china home elusu nti Kotokuru Oyas abom kamiensa o ma ntimi antika ne be league table ne de esoro ne form nyina Kotokuru Oyas ene da na afo wa wo ninsa ya bobo no makuma konkron ama ewom aduonu enson 27 point afena Kotokuru Oyas wenya 9 asema bafie wi abusuafo kasebo no asi yani amoti yani anope ya juwa yeboa agye ena achenkwa na ahofedua wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa minum bremu yamamummo ani tie adehye Suzy Herbal Center na poso ma problem no wate makasa ongazana action speaks louder than words CB man capsules CB woman capsules edroni nie Isaac Opoku Uswa enye no na banum se eduri wo de ni CB soap fachuchu nanti na unanti nya no menom uduru ye level na bo CB man capsules na wife nso emo CB woman capsules afi na siani change esu upe bi aton so a pharmacy shop chemical shop herbal shop ebi oho free 0247 111 671 Pius Bedu Bansi mo eni adwuma woyo ono CB woman capsules no ebi on botom nti ono afa na mabom ho adwa ono do men ne de wonimu ana ayino women on bottom 100.9 FM. Hey, 0246 578 750. This way chocolate drink. Ghana Coco. Dr. Sekwame Despard. Enjana ki nyobia. Nyamia dum nyansa ko chuko bata. Erade dia cheno. Eno de tete kwasi koko no. Ode this way. Anope motesi animu oda. Ni abobi eguebo. Ema mu moniti adeshi. Ya dan ho aba.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Oh, this bo. Kasia bo. Ko wakata munsa. Amaya se. Kasia ABOAGYE.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kalakile menkamadine bo.
Nitafe.
Mumayentie. KWASI ABOAGYE 100.9.
KWASI Monkwe. Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM. Ensem ko twiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja. Esum Ghana Montie dwumadie so eye neat.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Uhade a wapi ho. Ukasa batete eda fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso,
ye fear said this way chocolate drink, yes, sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye did really a pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And this one what ya no a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mo agya tum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some papa. Kasia bo. Go wakata munsa. Amaya se. Kwesi ABOAGYE.
Onye yimu. No Cathedral. Kamadine bo.
Nita fe.
Mayentie. Kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
morning once again. Thank you very much for tuning in. Yes, the more. Afiano Eshia. Nancy Macobre Pao. As you say to me, we are Feno, Maba. I said, I'm the man, Jerry, meaning was what's name. Oh, no, a special contract be at one time. Indiana paying and similar to say Parliament. Team Rashebe Germany course one pay baby di ho enkomo ahodo de bonkrata enimu 7 se tie ensemu edi akotene wo Devotional News online portals yene mo ba be che na VAT no sisi ya tumu VAT no wo matu ade e11 no anya adwuma E11 ya mutu enti ni yetifi aya E11 no ni yifi ho ye de abesha VAT ena sika no ete million nso ekọ Cathedral no then anya si aya no minister so kewa mo se o de Cathedral sika no ye so kewa de ba ko she baby foforo mo de mo pese de besha Cathedral no ya te Entino man penyi se mo amu Cathedral no mo yesa na mo yesambalat for. Oh, anope. Ya frame kwesi aboagye, kwabena ma afom so ka me ho. Anope baboa. Ye bedi nkomo. Samu ya fine there. Around here.
Oh, if I could see a radiator, and we are not so.
Yeah, fine.
If I could see.
Yes, sir.
They are now bro, say, Omuhuyam one kakra ye. I would say National Cathedral board, no. Almost said that they are software and the kugu so. Yeah, Omuye Euradinipa. Sisi amintumi hu say ya software over kwesi say senka asofwe wo mu nsori ya wo mu no se wo mu si asori dan ena wo mu power committee ena committee na use 339 million Ghana cedis Ediacha Foundation ankombe kase yenti wo mu ngum enti paase awurade asofo moda enipekua no tumi hye nyame anim ama 339 million Ghana cedis yede atu foundation
mimbisa asemi o
of akosi bisame
on say na say fashion bi abaso mpaboa fashion bi abaso rubber mpaboa
the first pa na
munka kaya se kume o se dia ade mbefre no
no na ni ya hokra ni friend ABOAGYE
na say on say na say amanfo hwebi
yeah
e de bob life pa
yeah no wo ma se socks kura aka
sampa boa no na say ebi o ha ne boy din pa
sampa boa no
ai
wow
enti un say sa empa boa kro na un so obi hye no aka che o say bia o sampa boy mi ton be 1000 Ghana cedis me so se kamera baka che twia 8,000. One pabo menyan be 20 Ghana CDC.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Asema na wo kan about foundation of a National Cathedral.
Yeah.
Entina me kan sa no.
Yeah.
Because well, ebi abetimi aka say okay foundation ma say sika say. But have you also ode etoto to say nyana me de ma wa fatwa me de ma on. Ebi a wonim nyama ekɔ mu. Entina ma akwa akosisa no. Oh. Wadwen akɔ no so.
Over kwesi. Menim eniama ekɔ mu nso. Layman knowledge dear. Asofo yin tumi nse nyame anim enka ntre Ghana for say 339 million Ghana cedis no ade a wo mu de aye na wo ho no. Over kwesi one last say and me bom paye say aban bia wo beba so bia no saa di nwa kontabuo no onhodu sankofo no accountable na obia obetimu for ne yafo omungum emfa wuso wo mu ya asofo because overkwesi obia ohu akire wo ema wode wa ho kire akwadan IMF se omoa wo na sisi ade wapem wuni sika na sa cathedral na ye ka ho asem no watumi ase ta 80 million Ghana cedis se yansan fa nko hye cathedral ni mu bio na edia pa na cathedral no ebe ya ma wo emfa so be na de bebre wo se mampeni se civil war emaye enti ebe kwa akoda ewurade ase ewo ho obakwesi ntokwa maye a enye wono mampeni o eyo manfo no ene ye pasomdwe na kade ye wono tiso a wo ye idia omanfo no ene ya adwene se ye pasomdwe na wa me kura me be wiase me nti bi da se Accra International Conference Center ukobu agu asa akosi ni foforo 1.3 bit mampeni na nado pa tese metiri ne ho a menti ase.
Well.
Just like Sanballat and Tobias, in the days of Nehemiah, there are some who do not share my view on the building of the National Cathedral. I respect their right to differ, but I'm confident in my decision by the vast numbers of enthusiastic supporters of this project, whose spiritual dimension is limitless.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumadi sunu asio go mampanyin na ado danko ekufuado ti say kwabena say we Sambalant. Munyai na yensi National Cathedral no na ebeboa enti munyai sa
ovakwesi sa economy a fan say obi age atum
Yesu kra ye jahim
Matias obi age atum se ahokire wo
Yesu kra ye jahim ti
ovakwesi me ewo mu say ye won saase wo ho ye wo ho but memfa ahokire nkosi dan
Yesu kra ye jahim Yesu kra ye jahim
ovakwesi memfa ahokire enkosi dan wa bra aduane a medie kura minie sana mampeni wode yeyen
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ode sampabo Kasiabo Ko wakate munsa Amaya se Kwesi ABOAGYE
Onye yimu Nukratrodo Kalagile menkamadini bo
Nitafe
Mumayentie Kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwesi Monkwe
Kwe kunu no ya owia no ho boko ebie puno no saa no ya odi kwatututu NEET FM
Oh
Kwaba. Well, so in some way, Diakotin Devotional News online portals, Yenjia, Yenumuko internet, and so Niako chair, Sanya and Semnosu AD Akotini, Ewa Hodum saying, Mammy Fast, I can see from PCFMonline.com, the other online portals, Namene Kobna, Yankin Kind 7 Emfa Mamonia, they shall see or see e-levy rate reviewed to 1%, 100 Ghana cedis daily threshold maintained. The minority in parliament has succeeded in ensuring that government maintains the 100 Ghana cedis mobile money threshold. Parliament also approved the reduction of the electronic transfer levy from 1.5% to 1% effective 2023. Debating the amendment of the bill in parliament, ranking member on the Finance Committee of Parliament, Dr. Keselatu Forsen, said that the minority will now support the levy to help the government rake in an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis for 2023.
Abusuafo amra sebeda fia dom kuma ya fra won se minority no ana wo musi nkete se threshold a 100 Ghana cedis ya mobile money o kwa akoya transaction e da so no wonum de agina ho brane anu wo musa reta so a mamra sebeda fie no wo muti so e-levy transfer no a na 1.5 no ebegina 1%. Ewrade ya adoma 2023 de ko say na nsese no atie na bra wo mu ye debate was amendment no ho sa bill wa parliament no ranking member finance committee ye wa parliament Dr. Kesa Atoforsen ana wo kyerɛkyerɛ mu a say afedi wo mu support sa nsese fufuro ya abai say ebaya aban betumi anya 2.2 billion Ghana cedis ya wadebaba ya ho bra 2023.
Right, so let's get on with some more stories on the various news online portals this morning. World Bank leads review of free SHS and others. Now, the free senior high school SHS program is under review. The exercise is being led by the World Bank as part of efforts to properly assess the effectiveness and cost implications of all social intervention programs currently under implementation. Other programs under review include the school feeding program, the Planting for Food and Jobs, and its offshoots, the One District, One Factory, 1D1F initiative, and the Agenda 111.
Abusuafo de awafa kwesi buboso anyina ye de etaguo ewo social media wodo so enumu ana ya burumu nkakra edemamu na baabi a woduru yesisi ano eye ensise bi a aban ane World Bank womu eye na free senior high school eye aban policy na nipa bebre no akasa afa ho baabi eduro nie free senior high school program no womu gba tirase na sanse sei eye World Bank na edi anim na womu asa gba tire ase esika ekom ensunsanso a edeba ene sade ebeya ye ho betumi aha de yen ewo sa program yi ho wa bra eye adwuma yi enu nti ana womu bu atire ase programs bi e kan ho eno nso womu sa bu atire ase kwesi bre ni baka so womu ye review ebi ye school feeding program eno nso womu bu atire ase enuane a edema nkwada bebrebe ni e ho kai Planting for Food and Jobs abanse se no eno nso womu bu atire ase One District, One Factory, and also womu bu atira se sa Agenda 111 sa nioma ni nyina womu bu atira se ehun hia sika sen ne komu ansa na womu waginasie bi a womu de aba enti sa nioma a yabobɔ so wa ha nyina no is under review ya womu ye ensisemu.
Right. First consignment of cheap fuel to arrive in January 2023, Ejapa Mesa. Deputy Energy Minister Andrew Ejapa Mesa has disclosed that the first consignment of fuel under Ghana's Gold for Oil deal will arrive on the shores of the country in January 2023. The Deputy Minister, in an interview, said the necessary agreement needed had been completed for the first consignment to arrive, quote, on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of January. The first consignment of the finished product is going to arrive in this country coming from the United Arab Emirates. All the necessary agreement that needed to be executed has been executed. a lot more interest had been shown by other oil traders in terms of government to business, government to government conversation have also taken place. End of quote.
Abusuafoɔ nsisi ebi di baayɛ a na abaayɛ sɛ yɛde gold ɛbɛkɔ akɔgye wɔ yerɛ ɛde aba na saa nsisi yi ɛna deputy energy minister yɛfrɛ no honourable Andrew Ejapamesa ɛde ato gya a wɔkyerɛ sɛ awurade ayɛ adom nsisi ne nyinaa akɔ kama January 2023 yɛbɛhu nsunsuansoɔ a ɛde anigye bɛbrɛ yɛn paa saa bere yi ɛho nkrataasɛm agreement yɛsɛ so wɔn sensan saa nyinaa bɛma consignment no nneɛma no aba abɛduro no wɔn asan ne nyinaa wie nti yɛhwɛ anim sɛ awurade yɛ adom a January ne da ɛtɔ so edu baako edu mmienu ɛne efiri wɔnom de kɔ nyinaa no saa product a wɔn adan da mu nyinaa wie prɛko pɛ nti petro desire ɛna ɛba ebɛfiri United Arab Emirates ɛna bɛba abɛduro na saa nsese yɛ akɔso yi nkɔfoɔ ni agye ho paa me no kasa kura no enipa bebre no ayɛ wayira wɔn mu edi ho dwa ne kyerɛ sɛ saa nsese yɛ akɔnɔ nti obiara pɛ sɛ wɔne yɛ abɛn ebedi saa nkita ho ne nti so far so good.
Okay, Yankoso. Health workers drop roadmap to shut down facilities over debt exchange. The Joint Health Sector Unions and Professional Association say all public health facilities will be completely shut down by January 9, 2023. This will arise if government fails to exempt the pension funds of organized labor from the debt exchange program. It comes on the back of threats of a public sector shutdown by organized labor beginning Tuesday, December 27, 2022, over the debt restructuring move. The health group have backed the indefinite strike as service of health workers will be withdrawn in phases. The Joint Health Sector Unions and Professional Association is made up of Ghana Medical Association, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Health Service Workers Union of TUC, Ghana, and Government and Hospital Pharmacists Association.
Abusuafoɔ wɛyɛ ntrɛne yɛ apɔmudi adwumayɛfoɔ ɛbɔ ɛyɛ health workers na wɔn de nsesɛ bi aba sɛ saa debt exchange aban sakremu a wɔbɛyɛ ɛwɔ yɛ sika asɛm ho no sɛ wɔanyi apɔmudi adwumayɛfoɔ amfiri mu a ɛne nsesɛ a wɔn de to akwan mu nie wɔn bɛyɛ no nkakra as a road map wɔn nsesɛ apaso ade wɔn ni baako wɔn bɛtoto ayasabi ahodoɔ a ɛwɔ Ghana ha nyinaa wɔn bɛtotom yɛ wɔ bi ankwadwuma na ɛyɛ Joint Health Sector Unions apɔmudi adwumayɛfoɔ ne nyinaa na aka bom professional associations wɔn a wɔ public health facilities nyinaa ɛne wɔn aka bom de saa road map yɛbɛto dwa sɛ saa bɛn yi wɔn mu amfiri mu a January ne da ɛtɔ so nkron sɛ woyare a this is any compared Robinum, but pass out back hospital there. No way. What I say, woman can't buy say when you want to move film. Said the organized labor in being so, Akadia to us said, sad that exchange programs, and you want me then to any woman film. San Trenia woman boy, and your public sector, and organized labor kabomu, sir, and ka a dabrada, December neither toss what you know so. Saa restructure no wɔn kura de wɔn bɛte atua wɔn bɛte na fi wɔn nkwadwuma but health groups yi aka bom sɛ wɔn kura de wɔn ka kyerɛ aban sɛ adwuma a wɔn yɛ no wɔn bɛte ne nyinaa san wɔn nkwadwuma na wɔn aka bom de saa ntrani aba ɛyɛ Joint Health Sector Unions no ɛyɛ Professional Association ne bi yɛ Ghana Medical Association, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Health Service Workers Union, women say TUC Ghana say, Government and Hospital Pharmacists Association. Women na kabo mu katira ba yi say sa no obeye dia e free January ne de to so nkron ade kro no sa wanyi wonu amfiri mu a aya sabia wodo e wo Ghana ha nyina wo mu betutum.
Well, yeah, the same no see say say VAT no so no. This is your matum 2.5%. No, I'm way voting. No, my shebe dream. I am saying my chin diba. I'm way voting. No, I'm way. I'm prayer. Say don't come on. Person mu team. But I don't want to be into because eventually I understand. Say I'm to yeah. I'm to abano. The rest of me vote. No, I'm see there be. I'm MONTIE ase. Engineer so I'm to aba. I'm here head count. Head count. So I say I'm kind. I'm say 136, 135. Until don't come on. Lose you. Make us say dear. VAT no. I'm amend the say yatum ediko 2.5%.
Of a question, yes, sir. A bass idea, and near my boy, yes, sir, beba for me. Meaning this a bit to me about for more.
Well, sir, there are so many things. A kahunema, maybe a near my boy, etimi costro. So, those factors no say be no so bad for ma. But yes, me know ya dream. A quite be so no. Also shows say VAT no, ebe kahua say a near my boy no because yes, ebe costro. Yeah, well, can't be so. Yeah, senior, ebeko. There's also another issue. Bio Hanum say no so diakotne say for data bank for almost say omedwuma for ntisi a omontre fie no omonye adwuma. Yeah. Ninya so am say aman for ehunehun dodo. Esi omedwuma for no omonya threat bebre ehunehun bebre na ekoso.
Obakwesi me kai said dan okura TV ba ko anam ebi kura ko data bank office ba ko ekobodua no wo mu de snap no wo mu de
okobodua
no wo mu bodua wo wo so
am say juma for no my home there Diana no about because me hu nticheche no also
Obakwesi wasi ni sika wo kwa akwaje no wanya antina na wo mu burudua wo.
Okay. Okwa jini sika ne nsanka.
But minim.
Na o mama no eye enchichemu bia konti sika no bia ne nsanka no o mama no nchemu.
Obakwesi ebinom a metietie wo mo de wo kasafidie no abi nso kire se ni sika no 10,000 na da ho. Na wo so wo kwa akoyi a. Yese ye be ma no 7,000. Ebi so ubenya be 6,000. Enti enya wo no de kura na minim ensesaya wo mu ne ejimekuo no ko ye nti a wo kwa akoyi 10,000 ne ya teso a de ama ho no enti na enya wo mu de kura.
Okay. So one krata no mo buy kobra.
Yo.
Etiefo mutie say ohwa or see data bank to work remotely through digital channels now. Accra December 2022 please note that effective tomorrow, that's today, December 22, all bank staff will be working from home until January 10, 2023. She said, okay. So I say, why this decision? We are in the midst. We are in the midst of macroeconomic crisis, which is adversely affecting our industry and therefore data bank. Due to the crisis, many fund managers had difficulty selling their government of Ghana securities. This inability to sell meant fund managers could not get the necessary cash to pay withdrawal request. In instances where bonds were sold, it was often done at a discount because the market value of bonds had fallen significantly. This situation worsened after the launch of the debt exchange program on December 5, 2022. Following the launch, activity on the secondary market has virtually come to a halt, making it impossible for us to access liquidity. This is because fund managers are expected to exchange all the existing bonds for the new ones being issued by the government. However, if we are unable to trade the bonds we have, we are unable to access any cash to pay withdrawal request. Therefore, our original 2-week estimate for withdrawal request has now been impacted. Babana? Nyam kankan. Okay.
Sikano ebini because of buying debt restructuring no ekoso ni ama sikano na overkwesi sikano anywhere kwahe
say what mo say say how we say macroeconomic crisis just say now say sikasem Ghana sikasem so anim yes niam ho aidin e wo man hanum sei na womoji eye sika no a so hu eye na ne omo ye no se womo soso ai so womo ton ma aban
womo de call Bank of Ghana Bank of Ghana konya asem a na aka wo mu anti eye funtum wo na asan bata
yes inti akoye se womo so mu nye si edwedie no anko mu di omo ne aban be di na omenya mfaso na usu sika because usika na wa omo no so omo so omo ni aban ni didwa ni chechem tietie answer because so we discuss na omo mfaso bi ade bi omo de mawo you understand but ebi omenya mfaso no fi so omo ni aban didwa nti omo ni aban didwa na mfaso omenya no eno bi na no so bebe ebe son so na sisi aban sika sem nkoyie nti ema wahu seni anka ehihye ne ko senka well because ade no me kwaba menye bia na me ne kwaba na ba beche enti menye bia
ne say ye ne hwia beche
eno ne asem
ba wa fa kwasi se wo mototo office ni mu a eno mom aye because ebema nipa na bufuo mom akosoro mu and over kwasi won say problem we
say office no mutu no chese moa
okay because wo bema nipa na buafu mo entinka modi amunwo ho en wafa kwasi sa problem nyina na meka se ne kofa bai aya finance minister o mani kan ni nipa na nya nkitawodie ena putuprum so o mo de sanse se we bai enti wo bewu se obi anti ase e ba sa pe over kwasi ya se bank kura se ahei ere bank ya na se ya nyina ya ba se ya ba be yi sika definitely wunya but ebia unkita wudi a ankoyie enda manipa de ahopepre ede kwa withdraw wo musika de afiri wo
neat 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumadi suno asiogoi
and at that we have a finance minister who came to this house and met us the caucus and said, look, you know what, I won't do IMF. I will not do IMF. Well, I think it's very degrading for a country like ours. But I have two revenue streams. Help me make it a reality that will not make us go to IMF.
And you fought tooth and nail to give him that?
Yes, you were here. Two streams. One was e-levy. He wanted 1.5%. Haina Idrisu, the minority and co wanted 1%. He said, 1.5. We gave him the 1.5. Look at how we fought for him to pass the e-levy. Bill is now an act. What happened? The projected revenues of 300 million. We only got 30 million, 10%. Yeah. The second revenue stream, property rates. Was that implemented in 2021? These are major policy failures that in any civilized democracy, Kenofurata will not stand on his feet. Why are we entertaining such nonsense? Excuse my French. Why are we? What have we got against him as a person? You brought something to us. We are talking about those issues, and you forget about these issues. You're going to insist somebody in their constituency just because you have failed.
It's not because you're frustrating them.
No, who's frustrating them? I stood. You saw us in the chamber.
Yeah, I did.
Fighting our NDC guys to pass the e-levy. You saw us. You saw us there. So what haven't you done for Kenofurata to succeed as a finance minister? And I said, posterity will judge us. If this thing is personal, posterity will judge us. If this is about the soul of this party, posterity will judge us.
Okay, all right. So, Sumi Mrashe Bejeni na artist wakasa wa harum sino. Honorable Eugene Buachi Enchi. Wase wano dia wan tiasyo second of Kenofurata that's what he was finance minister. And some more back a catcher or mopa na or that's what he kunyanso as finance minister. Wano dia wa jine wa ntiasya no nsisu ye.
Kuno ya owia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi gotututu Neat FM
now so about pound siman kuno kwabna bakwa adopay ensama ya de break for edi akotene the Voice News online portals no ho bakwa say the person adopay yeni ko ho ya adwen ekoso yeni etiefo nyina ne apomudin adwumaefo no ene ne o ma sha ase wo mo ye no u se sha ase se ya na bon se ade no se da heti ye ntina ai se yani wo mo kire se sa Ghana ka ye kwa kotutui so ho wo ma te se wo mo die wo mo pension funds no wo mo se aban yi sa onyim film sa ka no wo kwa kotutu no because somebody say okay, a bonds and who back can be a sika be a shahanum say udi akwako see baby and who back can dia nyekaka ho. Ejumafo no say aban apomudin ejumafo no mo kan sa no. But unim say back nso me hu udi apomudin ejumafo no to honom sia. Me who clocks act for so because I've seen this story. I think it's online app. And also che say aban akrachi for womo so womo ka bi. Te sa omo ni omo ka etese nia efo kan apomudin ejumafo yi ka pepepe. Anesi fo a doctor for I want to say a strike on ba beti atuane ne ka ka ho. So was our story.
Of course me hu na one will say up to now no. Me problem kese pa ewo finance ministry ene aban no. Of course IMF ya yakore. Ye eno ane say ya te say ye ne IMF anya nkitawudie. Na nkitawudie no ekoso kama. Of kwesi eniema pa wasa IMF nsise nimu no ya eye 2 years ye da ye nimu no esasa aban ni nya kukuduro na wo be katira ye nse enam sa nsise ya ye ninti eye ABCD enna ye gusu a ye hu aduma enti wei beka ebeka wei beka ebeka wei but omo ye katasumu mu aso enti ube wane say na baako apie of akwesisa free senior high yase yanka ho free senior high yase yanka ho eba ne say no mu ye review yase school feeding enka ho eba ne say na World Bank ye review enti abai no nka no kura nkyere yen emi ye hu say ye nim nie ye duru ha ye benum nsuo ye duru ha ye bedidi ye duru ha ye bekọ ye nim enti of a kwesisa so mrofie nto ya okrama ni dabreda asasa ban tumi nya kukuduro be katre yen se IMF nsese no ayaye no ade ewom nie na tese obia of a kwesi obi kaso obebo na wokọ no obo waso wabu wawie enti wotumi nya kukuduro katre yen se ye ne IMF nkita wodie no sei na tie enti obia entitled about but won kaso ntire obia woni obi aninkita ho na wo ha no watu ba akwa beto ya wo ha no watu ba akwa beto a ovakwasi na sumu nyono da.
Okay, so roadmap nhihye apomudin adwumayefo no etuate a wo se wo bete no wo nhihye ne sene wo si kan no 27th December 2022 withdrawal of all outpatient services. 27th December 2022 withdrawal of all outpatient services. Second, all outpatient services. She said, Udu Hospital, I be a na hospital ne and ne won't find out Udu hospitals are hold on now. 27th year, the Bempo. Ebinada
27th Tuesday.
Ebinada ya be. And Pacho TNU. Yo. One more say, one more catch that by Apomudin. That is the health workers unions, no. Ghana Medical Association. Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Health Service Workers Union of GEC Ghana, and Government and Hospital Pharmacies Association. We know to me yes, apomudin
na demanding na. Just a Udu hospital ni na.
Enti eye binadeya ebe
27th December.
We must say aban hihia woni IMF ekwe. We mati se wo pension ebia ebredu se tia usika na ka so ke sika ni hon se enti usika na bia bekam ni ka ho enti omo ba be cost strike senia omo de omo hihye no eba be tudua omo kire nie 27th December 2022 withdrawal of all outpatient services ebinade ya be
all out
akwasi
ano ye
OPD
wa wo be ko honom awere frame
se bia sisia
na me dimirika akọ hospital
Udu hospital obi enfi wonhu obi akra honom se 2nd January 2023 withdrawal of emergency services afifofra besim no
bem se be Tuesday
okay and also one more kire se bia enkwanhye bia to ana bibia baputupumpa no edin now they call emergency ward honum sia
when this were assume we charge
and Jack, Ubayashi papa. 9 January 2023, withdrawal of all services. One more say, Afifu Frebesim no, January need to so Corona say, a buying and can be beyond jobs, okay, one more pension funds no, a home car. And you're not say, Nina Mujegu. And she said, no. Now, Unsana may come about a health apomodine jume for Yom Diaba to J. So, clocks are for a buyer cratchy for no soon. Yes, we will declare an indefinite nationwide strike if government defaults in pensions payments. Clocksag. The Civil and Local Government Staff Association, Ghana, Clocksag, has entered of an indefinite strike if the government fails to honor the payment of pensions on due date. Mr. Isaac Bampoa, the Executive Secretary, said, quote, Clocksack is serving notice on the National Labour Commission that should the government default in honoring any of the coupons when due for the schemes, it will declare an indefinite nationwide strike. End of quote.
Kwesi wan say saa adwuma yekuo ya wo bobɔ suwo nyinaa no. Kwesi ade ne ye wo mu ya say wono ne ntentoɔ kakra bi a onim sɛ ne daache ɔkɔ pension a ne nsa bɛka no. Wo hu atere wonti wo kɔ akɔ de wonsa kɔ bɔ saa sika no mu. Kwesi nipa a wo ho atere wo. Wetumi ata 1.3 billion Ghana CDC kobu Accra International Conference Center gu asa kwesi ne foforo wan asoma nipa wo atere weta 80 million Ghana cedis adi kwesi National Cathedral wan asoma minim say aban wo security ani ayi a wo mutufo efa ne security ho ani da kura de ba ku bi amete kwesi wa pow 5-member committee. Say 5-member committee no nkose ekwanya yaka ye dedie no ye betumi afa so atua. Na sa committee no so ye sa betua wo muka. Enti wo se aban kasa wo ka ene ne ya wo ya etrese ne wonkyere no. Eye abro no wo bo. Enti apomudi adwuma yefo Krosak hwan eseso wo mutina wo mu na so. No mu katina ban say wo ho atere wampara dia ene woniama bi wo hono mu a wo ya entra sa wo ho atere enti wo mu nyina wo mu na so because wo kwesi wo bi a wo ho atere na wakoto gold watch bonsa ho atere dabi yanya ne sa a wo hia ni stubborn proud dabi obi a wo ho atere wo Usha ne budget ya wo ye de ba ye ya. Be ya 40% eye eniama wo de atoto to akwamu anka hu hia. Ese ni nyina wo tagu. Enti wo hu atere na wo ya niama kase baako bi a me hu ye 10 million Ghana cedis o de be man konfo a wo mu betu no fu afa security ho. Na wo national security for wo ho ye dey military wo ho ye dey wuta 10 million Ghana cedis ade aman konfo a ebetu fo e security ho for what?
19 minutes after 7 need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumadie so ana wasugu anope yeda sugu so yehwe ensem ne ekoso o my Ghana
man homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM
co victims and national service personnel who have not been paid, while David Ajayi was paid 113 million upfront for no work done, immediately be paid from savings made by Parliament, stopping the 80 million budgeted for the Cathedral. That the entire Ghana is not allowed to come to a standstill due to Ghana's labor union's threats of an indefinite strike action from next week. That the Parliament intervenes to avert the threats of teachers, doctors, nurses, and indeed every worker in all sectors staying home till government makes a U-turn. Ghanaians who are already suffering from the economic crisis are being threatened with further nuisance taxes, including VAT. which the president in the 90s implacably stood against. Government's haircut on investment, including an increase in VAT and removal of the e-levy threshold to cushion the poor, is resisted by Parliament on behalf of the Ghanaian people. Minority Leader, please, this one goes to you. Please, we want you to resist it, together with your gallant members. Meaning the poor will get poorer by a direct government policy intervention. Ghanaians are opposed to these policies in the 2023 budget and urge Parliament to vote against them. We are demanding that the Cathedral project is immediately stopped. We are demanding that the Cathedral project is immediately stopped. It bears repeating. We are demanding that the Cathedral project is immediately stopped. All payment returned. I repeat, all payment returned.
So to pay the police.
An investigation into its fundraising and potential financial loss and judgment debts. We further demand protecting of pension funds and freeze on VAT and e-levy.
100.9 FM.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sunu so go so justice for Ghana for and I'll say nra one more the omkrata de koma ye mra shebedwem empenifo na one more the omunsem to Jan yanko anyway braso ye babeji de bonkrata no so enimu nsem no the front pages of the newspapers today as you get to the vendors Diana sese oji one more ton ye de bonkrata no Diana odu omunchen se obusa anope a brasso said, ya dear, no so at the brim neat. Ghana Montie, Yano Pejumedi, so Kwasi Aboagye, meti a dream and a Cobramafo, coming home, or hand say, Sansuna. So far, Befi, aka Akuma, one also ever studio mo. That's right. Okay. Well, so a brasso de one crata no young handsome no senior CTF. Cobrani so far M1 on pay. Young Quenum, de one crata.
Yo, ya shadow one crata no any momo bosso no asibiomu. No the new crusading guide and I'm a day share as na enim hanmo no na NPP amanyoko no one general secretary wada enim hanmo no wo kire se beya one mo enhwe na nka Ghana mamu hanu yemmo mampani na adodanko akufu ado abaso se watimi ABOAGYE no wadom ye na sabi esikasem no atimi agina brane enti eno eda enim hanu wo se ebra enuoma anko yie no yebo na chiri jasa se nei nyame aya adom na se bibia atimi awie peye ede amayen a yembo na abaso esanse wa ya ade enti we etitina ni de ma NDC amanyoko no nensema eda enim hanu a wo kan eno no na wo kire mu se eye Bank of Ghana so sabi o matimi procure 26,000 ounces of gold ede every new month Africa for enchain ni nyina no eba beboa ye kan kropa na Ghana Education Services so wo mo ede eye abasobodi adwumadi eno no eye Bright SHS for na chese wo mo de sa anano anase munyam hye no akọ ede ama wo mo so wo mo the best private schooler ewo on my Ghana mu the new crusading guy de obokrata no enimu ensem na makenkan ede asudwa no
na the obokrata delegate na yankai musenne the obokrata udwo ni nyina na ya wasonta krata wom aye MPP amanyoko mu general secretary lawyer Justin Kodia from Pom. One was on Takrata with the worker out one in Mo at Rasanra. One friends some trefons mutie. Na ensiamutie no ase no wotra se de adi kan wobɛbɔ NDC amanyoko aba so omukɔto aba ya asomtie koyi executives ya bɔne bia ensie ya so wota wokɔdua no wayi na America ɛno de wɔbɔ wonum aba so but de ya ne se na nkasa so omufa saa congress no so ade taw pakasie pa ma Ghana fo se omupa Ghana fo taw 2020 abaya to ye ekwa sen kofo adati wo Supreme Court akwa enso sa na wo mu ni nyina so bia according to wo mu ankasa tape a ebeto abonte no enti na nkasa so wo mu fa sa akonya no so former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama epa Ghana fo taw executives ni nyina pataw se asama wo mu kaye no wo mu anka ne yie na court a wo mu koye nso na ye adade seye de etosumienu mampeni na nado danko akufu ado ne MPP aban wo ma ya ade pa yamprin wonum economy ji nsem enkofo aka ye bo wo mutiri so a afedi atene enti wo mu fa abasobɔ emfa ma wo mu esanse wo mu aya ade wasasre Ghana fo se wonya botrema aban na nkunkuma brebre apaso ade yi ne baako said the free COVID-19 Russia and Ukraine to kwa womatumi adan the economy no abesi sabre no etrese bibi papa fini Nazareth ba enti Ghana fo enya akomatoye muwe na tebokra tanim hakuro yara court o en waso wa stop donko afare ena enipa bia eka ho TI microfinance womuso wom license ya yekura wonum no womu revoke wono so etaranye sa dismiss no womu so womu ntiase ansa wan ne ba no afedi womu charge no ewo court a womu gusu a womu edi nasem afei abranti a ye friend se Lana Mercy na obia settle sa debate no na debate a womu settle ne se ya player abakwasemu yenya bida your friend is the greatest of all time wa enkofo bebre na tratre wo ho se Abrantela no Mercy yenya no greatest of all time
Yankodi nkomo pe kwabna semba kwa MC ne ati for chair ye apomudin adwuma for ensem a ebobo baso mo ba beti atua na ye pese ye ginchichemu ye na ye ma ye ne ati for tiase Dr. Ernest York ye teaching ma Greater Accra Regional branch of the Ghana Medical Association. Doc, that's more about NEET FM so on pay. Doc, now what to say? Okay. Doc, so I don't pay me tea for a person yantias here. Yakin to be said, health workers, various unions, say, Macabo, much as mobile cost strike. No crash mobile cost striker. Dear Pantina mobile cost strike, you ever said, Yete Ayasemiasi.
And the Minister of Finance are announcing the DFN domestic debt exchange program. You see, I want to say, the photo government bonds are a now the say a lot of unions, doctors, nurses, doctors, civil servants, Omanga some arrangement to be a pension fund. The entry movement says need to grab a pension scheme. Though I are buying and running off. In time, a queen any bank near the almost a top government bonds in the Uba now for Oba Lukubi and then also the Kakanama shareholders. Now, fortunately, unfortunately for us workers, and the woman pension, the known as the pension, tier 2 near the one is 2041, almost Bosum Yabam on the Malcacra, and now also the Abo Ashel Senior, and one of you now with the death action program. Ministry announce you see I want to say can we so but Now, look where women say next year, or can say, if you be anybody back on, the next year 3%, the following year 5%, 5% and 10%. What it means is that next year, so inflation is 15% and 20%. If you can that, I want to say one by 20% because there's not going to be any interest. The time is that we'll be over pensions, and if you can get a try for workers are already overburdened. The pensioners be able to make so much different than and then at this kind of day. And you know, if you think about the workers, no, Nanka, they are so many. I at the start of money, there's no more pension funds and only free that problem. So the bear workers, your core pensioner, and at the point with you more, you won't continue to do that. But I can't. I said, we'll make us a volume for also for now, but one journey to also into the the person one, I was saying, you see, but so far, no, on free meeting, they are despite a comment I used them starting a young man in organizing by here last week. This you two that from the 27th. All workers in Ghana are going to lay down their tools, including the private people, if you can, because we know Obia so Ethica in one way or the other is held by a pension fund. If you could what you see our thing that
okay. Now, yeah, that's a dog. Now, watch it, you come, but who can be say yes, age my 4, and you're wedding, more so much in the account, Sanya may be a bit me of so much. Na wait me a but I'm sure sir only maybe I dream say abaya nkasa se me say track kekwa sabi say what church mu say yes baby edu no abai abano ne debt servicing say a car wodi na wo tua no eniama kwa akoye din ama abai enu nti na ama wo ye san hihye ni abai kan say wono nso baby a wakwa akodu wanye sa niama we ya na say enya ade a wobetimi etua ne ka eno so koba sa ade a na say o mani sika sem no niama bebi e ba kodu no emwa ye ni aban ka no mo ne ne nya adwen mo so ho no
I could see so now who cost some. That is a big question. Well, we exact would there busiano. Also, yeah, or the Sikano, Pia, and I'm going to produce them or them. After you lose school fees time or so, or say, Musica, if you call on holiday, you will know where this is coming from. Over borrowing, reckless, any dear land to say. Well, it has happened. A Kayoma is and I am the free. But if happened more, a do star, a down the Busianoa, who pray on my or yes, not to say. See, at young me now to me, will be beating a meeting. Of how we need the first one, you say, you did organize a Busiano and think a step to the bay. I will say, my baby, my so. And I can to all the people involved. Yes, you are the government, but if people's money is not your money. Whoever this would be here, Juma. It is don't mean experience the owner or one nothing. People capital no can have person official. Let people engage people. No more safety. I'm a catch on pension to be 300 a month. When you feel so at that time now medical bill to cost so which are buying Bangalore, manager buy crown to call out the another so there's a lot of health and social challenges being pension. It's for buyer and also in the DNA and the best system maybe and guys France no any thing. We also have ideas that would have suggested not say even if some medical and the and reduction and as much as they are talking with respect to the pension fund. So for me it's about recklessness, but maybe when it happens, there's this lack of engagement of the relevant people. That is why we are here today.
Okay, Doc. Now, me musa make us a bra abayin finance minister omodasa jumedie edi and some be that's Ghana's domestic debt exchange program no. One more can be say to sell bonds ni treasury bills. Enya ade ho beka. Minimum die no senior city no e ade a monim for a fact yes. as part of your debt exchange program, no, that's a Ghana domestic debt exchange program, no. Mudie Mubeka Munim for a fact, Sana Abia Matiana.
We know for a fact. If you treasury bills, we usually short term. It starts from days to weeks to months. After 18 months, it has ended. But a lot of the fund managers, pension funds, they invest in long-term instruments. Long-term, that usually government bonds. It makes me attention to say Ghana Medical Association Fund, a form of pension fund, it exposed almost 90% to GOG bonds. Members are really angry and are afraid as to what will happen. That is why we are supporting this. We are exposed to GOG bonds, but not treasury bills.
Okay. Now, so boy kakra hanum saying so. Yedi and come babesi Monsem no bia modia to you. In fact, I say joint health sector unions mo communicate na in share no mostly 27 December withdrawal of all outpatient services. 2nd January 2023 withdrawal of emergency services. 9 January 2023 withdrawal of all services. Sanity.
Sanity. Sanity no Atemba Katadeni and Controlling and Katabao take it on the we are hoping say you and 22nd, yes, that is 27. So we are hoping say something will happen. And that's a reasonable between that time. Now why not? We are also Ghanaians and reasonable people. And we have no potential patients ourselves. If we don't want to endanger the life of anybody. The ball is in the court of government. The court is short, and we will certainly come to the table for a meaningful discussion.
So, modern Shishia Baba to just saying, I imagine say yes, the Money National Labour Commission, Monso Nkitamudia to say what I'm saying because it's striking.
Hopefully, I'm sure that within the next 2 days it will be done. But on what it means, they know. It's the idea, the employees from my if they are minded, they could also reach out to us and try to resolve some of the issues. But it's larger than the money. But we'll do the needful. Thank you.
Okay, I see. And yeah, we come away crying na ye didn't come on pay me ni akwabrana ye ka say ohwem yes joint health sector union see Ghana Medical Association didn't come away Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Health Service Workers Union of GC Ghana, Ghana and Hospital Pharmacies Association ekoi ahodo enye ekoketwa chese akwakwam say apomudin adwuma no unions ni nyina mo ni nyina na mo ba beti say tue this really serious mo nwe ho so kakra ye so Ghana foi also
oh question you can is well we can yes but yes next year your dream your home but you see you can say I say patients will do this year only we now be a potential patient too and ensuring appointed awarding war. So it's a desperate situation calling for desperate measures. But like I said, there's a window of opportunity from now on to 27 for us to engage so that we don't get there. It is not the intention of the health workers group to cause them harm, but it's just that we are frustrated as to the system and non-response, non-engagement, and that we can have a change. I'm sure it can be ameliorated.
Should we take it so far money a bank kita ho die enko yi monti bi papa bia fi aban ho enu ntini
o ka se enko yi ai se won sia na o ka bi bia o so won ntu zero upon say take it or leave it but yes as the life of people are concerned and the future of pensioners especially who are vulnerable are concerned. Then I also exempting individual treasury bill holders. When certain car, that's on a vulnerable group, they would have been exempted. But we are hoping that we don't get there. And let me assure the people of Ghana that whatever we are doing is due to a desperate situation. But we are still open for discussion to affect what is coming.
Doc, and pay that see, you better send you back on your associate be din kon be account. You mean sharp Fisher Panso.
May that see. I think conversation now.
Dr. Ernest York, chairman, my Greater Accra Regional Branch of Ghana Medical Association, and I pay it for and seminal back up. Munchichi Muno, so the various health workers unions, no, the Krata, APA, and she share one much as almost tia, or my same and say, one pension funds, no, so no, one more ye, one matter say, I buy, sir, Ghana domestic death exchange program, yen shisha, yen IMF Vokoi, in Kitan, do you know what to say, or more pension funds here, Hobeka? And Untino, I buy and you went Fimudia. Not just say, one more better, and I pay.
Ghana Muntie, Naman Sanyason, at the rock of Yaman Homenesu Edgy Tonton Sansain, I would need 100.9 FM.
I cast my way Dunkro, Nano, Chabo, Yadasugo, who need 100.9 Ghana Muntie, soon as we go. I didn't check 0503721744 and a pay to media fa your WhatsApp line no na odi adwin chair no ede aba me NTB na Ghana for so NTB and a pay Ghana Muntie yanko enimi anto aso de bon krata no en komo no e bi da so awo hanom saying yet adwem kwesi aboagye me di hu chia me sanso na so fa ba fi ni kwabema for eboa de bon krata yenti so fa
I was an pay wa fa ho pa o
oh shit
why fe
asa
Obra was in the mema men can for. Oh, I am men, yes, sir. Brunya in a bay. Brunya, but
that's a old address. Better Marco. What there,
Mignon could be one of my taste has 7 first. We need Dinko, so we say, come on.
The Mazan come on, no.
Pavim kind paper near
so if you made that say
me need time no cry Pavim kind paper near queen ma
one casa one kind
what does
okay
Pavim kind papers young queen
madam what that I'm never more kind anyone say with that one way I was for any one no I know Raja sing from Poko dia ada had more NPP amanyoko church for penny ha General Secretary one na ekasa wo had me no watch them I was say hey said the NDC amanyoko pa violence ade wo mutira fa no enisi e ma urukasa no atutura sam heavy place kura wo politics mu sasen dabi enisa o mo so sa asem ne so kura enti NPP for the to bambo adwuma yekofo anim se be ya NDC for vigilante for no wo mo enhwe na wo mo entimi enfo wo mo mra book wo mo entimi ema emra ene wo mo enka ai na entimi emwanya sa yasomdwensem na yegusua etoto asesa no na eye ekuo bi nso etabiri ensam de kokodan appeal court se nka wo mo nhwe na nka Bank of Ghana nso ye TI microfinance ahodo a wo mo so wo amai Ghana mu anase TI microfinance no ankasa no the license wo revoke ya na so wo gi free ne nsam no wo mehwe no masan de ama no no na appeal court chire mu a sa nkrata akra no mo de beda wo mo so wo nsan emu asem na chibie mu fa mo no eti amra enti eno so no wo chire mu a wo se Bank of Ghana revocation no eye no anu no wo mo nsan akra mpo entina asem ne so kra mpo bie mu na ormonyafo kan na di Japan akompreko eno ono so kasa wa hanimu ase central ma shebedwani mi amedie mu wono so chire mu a wo se NPP amanyoko munya se NDC fo wo mo National Delegate Congress a wo mo koye no na made o mo atena paso na ne no ahwasem na mo ka na no ahwasem na mo ka wo se be yentumi nyina na ya nkase ye dan edwane de ama NDC amanyoko o dabi munyan focus yenyi wo mo asam kra ma nto nchen a eno so ensem a daily statement da obakrata no wode ato anim hanom bright SHS no so
en pa choma min kodi sa min come meba na waba be die bright SHS no ora senyo ho se enkani no opinion woda Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors ano na yenene ni nkomo first pa no em neighbor ensu sisi a wotu say yo so I'm seeing now neighbor now see neighborhood one see now so to now catch up Hey, senor. Senor. Okay. Well, I know you need komo kakra say private sector. Niama ekoso oha mu nemu ene kwan mo faso a tisi liquidity eba ne sisi kasemu a ya sisi kasemu a de mu pesika mu nya bi no kre
I know the no cremo. Can mo asa my den kakra. Well when it just said no one consolidated exchange program we na opinion for yata 80 way to be. And in a air liquidity system.
So
especially but I mean looking into next year, I am more complicated.
Is it because of domestic debt exchange programming and ama ebia mo pisikasi si ebia mo de dimu dwuma mo nya ana se before as programming kra no beba no na sa na tie
then shut down this baby. It is a key problem now here in the now banking rates is no air down. If you say economy has a go you it I'm on foreign banks no. Almost share Ghana economy air no. Almost Ghana banks on bebre. It's your we are friendly trading line. Usia krata na ya yede kranyoma ede back romano. Ghana bank for the year no. Aya what they abruche bank back. Ede na to so say bank we there. So or troubleshoot krata we there. And there ebeko ye pa. It's the bia obi air supply Ghana. O here say abruche president bank no. The number 2 and as or the signature bet 2 Ghana bank. The signature say ansana wajia tu se sabusha kata no ewudu sa the friend of credit lines their friend of confirmation lines that confirmation lines no for a while now no esote pa if say Ghana approach bank reduce and Ghana economy na omunye too sure say banks no our capacity about me deal now that debt essay program we all are announcing no and the one about obubebe who cry more because so share bank for now omusika sem no sika na here omunya na I mean something close to about 50% honey baby for some of the banks omunya interest income from investment in government bonds. It is a next year we say woman almost she cry Jede omusika half no eko. Tabi no. Ema approach banks who say Ghana banks are too risky. It is a sankwand there. That confirmation license there on withdraw. It is a Ghana banks no and move customers, businessmen to send me. In here be whether you cash and carry.
Musa, okay about businessmen to say bia mono. So the business community more ankran kromodi musika share businesses more and more dear na mo free senka ai bia nkaban betimi aya apart from sa debt exchange programming nanka bibi ho no bia nka aban betimi aya pa finance minister Ken Oforata nka betimi aya mo free say bia 1 year
Awaji,
yes sir,
before you solve a problem what do you ask first? Now say what form? Now say one person give to say what form? The person say now who far who say them too. Another problem. Ghana same day with now and now Russia and say Ukraine as COVID. As them now I want panic. Yeah management internal matters. The fiscal matters. Yeah and say yeah and it is a COVID in Russia, Ukraine with money, extra more. But fundamentally, we were not doing things right. That's not a damn government. Government is government is responsible. And Kwanufuriata Uni, Onagaza Yagba, Bada Yagba, Unia Yagba. It is so. Did you say why a mistake or you on hindsight, you may be not counting fan and fana. Then what do say you are a central part of the solution, and you'll be a
see.
No matter what they government and what they ocean expenditure, ocean revenues. How do we boost revenues? How do we rationalize our expenditure? Onya, abayi way by state-owned enterprises bako 86 now. One creative 177, another one dobono. I they are called 177. 177 we grab say you be have account. Obia beti or government home in some form. It's Osha, your expenditure no be high. Osha public service now. You increasing workers be brain. Osha project now yeah be brain one ma Osha ma sebota fata. Nya say ni sebota fata so ni bono attract. Once it is anyway na na ekemojano. They are buying any economy echo year where economic principles. I say why we feel. Some person who did that. What do you see kind of basic dying? Now I read it. And that's all the better baby I bet to be discovered. The best business who I bet to be discovered. That's what first car not the be a woody dear. If you are near where deep there, and your exit never come. Say go to find the number. Who to mean the big room? It's a summer. Oshe Ghana, any borrowings since 2017, I could see about 233 in additional. And yes, I can't hold there too. Additional debt. That's when we now only about 16%. Yet they are capital expenditure. Capital expenditure, and it's a crime hospital. I mean, projects, to be my businesses in yes, Ghana Benin Scadano. There is 16% spent. Yeah. Cano, yeah. It's a year, it's a wedding, Joe. So, sustainable growth, you need to invest in capital expenditure. We haven't done that with our borrowing. It's a new Scano and Santa back. Am I to me, a chair a cano? And no near seminal. It is a mistake. It is your best of what? And what they are buying you at my now the soft the year. So government now will do all starting or cutting in your baby. Social budgets now we are not cutting as we should. It is a trust way over bank for now. Bank workers no. They bring the coffee. Yeah, businessmen no. And what am I go for the big coffee? It's also so one. I didn't know. Yeah, businessmen now. Any banks for now, my economy, and then I hear more than what they have for me and coffee. Now, so I ban it here. Obolo now, I know. And one of us,
I see. I see. Now, so you've talked so much about expenditure. Buying coin of us, Yesika, Yedino in your cajon. Yes, I think this morning, coming close to this morning, Parliament. At me, I pass your approval 2.5% VAT increment. So in terms of revenue, not just ABI team says I buy no it me bon bon DGA Nesika beba. It was saying
that interventions are critical. I mean increment our vast about how we are. But I would government share in revenue. But sounds like we don't show expenditure. Because Ghana would be chia ukano. It's either coming from more revenue or your savings, your expenditure.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the two options. And I'm a here. Yes, I buy this a sharp say, walk on your driver's license car, or file a tax return. And it's a very, very good thing. Because here now, as a people, we have to take responsibility for our country. We all have to be involved in solving the problem. So if we don't pay our individual taxes, we can't help. So we all have a responsibility. So I really agree with government on that.
But I don't feel say Benjamin. Say Goro boys for now. Benjamin Sikao.
Oh, there be Goro boys be in assassin. I just all come GRA. The Okobi Ambe Miao.
No, me just say no. Say Okwako driver's license there so file or tax. You know Ghana, they will find a way to to get the driver's license without filing any tax.
Master, and it's difficult to audit because Obi are filing the tax, that filing would be registered. It is say to me track here now. Now we our license now. Maybe I'll the technology are chill. A very good policy. But those policies that take time. Increments will not be so great. The key things we have to do is deal with our expenditure. Yeah, wasting and also. Ministers, we are too much. Public sector workforce, too much. Because local settled enterprise, and that my example be the visa boss. Abra opinion do go on. Offer 70. Boss thanks in that one, I don't want to one there. That don't want to, you can first go for 70 days. And then go for 500 days. Ade, it's one day. Open say, yeah, bread. And they say, there's more there, more bread. I'm fine saying. Baby, and
I see. Now, which church you say me, how can be about say private sector for no? Monso more my juma no. Monso na mo chiri mo amunye sike a mbetimi biobio juma ni bi account na mo bio mo juma na business na betimi akoso. Enti akoba na sanso there then you have to lay your workers off. I was going to ask this question sir. So in coming into year 2023 no, sir difficulties amunya to access liquidity no, access liquidity no. Does that mean sir Ebama yens yenuma be boy mo amofai wadwuma ye ba be lose your jobs and ne akeka ka ho we eni e bia or how a wo hu ana how ne bi nso a day sir this inability to access liquidity no e be bre any same pa
Abaji Daddy anhwe ni ya e be how bi a including wa wote o because say businesses in Korea no you giving your advert now ebe na mozume tumi didi
okay
enti ebe ha obia banse brenda so omo pam omo workers na ikofo na awode what omo yes how are we all going to survive
yeah yes
It's only I did it. What they in the film. I want one thing. What they in that things are difficult. We all have to sacrifice as a country. No two ways about that. But I didn't say what they are buying 80 in year. I want no power no sacrificing more. Yeah, the BDHC where you could see that. Yeah, and you come from home. You bet ya. Now, so Samsung, what they immediately was I say would issue expenditure. President, you can't have thousands of staffers. Are they women said the staffers are in? So it doesn't make sense. Samsung ministers reduce it. Your public sector workforce, reduce it. And what they have to cut your coat according to the size of your cloth. So what 2 months so I won't go we are jumper. Now, any conditions be said. Now, so now. Now, that's what the say. The singlet. Are they?
Well, Senor, before the economy musa we kakra, say, enche bi abind be two dress, one more cheap fuel be na etimi aba be boa Ghana, fuel market no, ya toy, Japan Mesa, Deputy Minister for Energy. Eddie Ababa to Jassio January I feel for baby see me sir first consignment of this cheap fuel now I buy share almost UAE eba I'm sure what Honse Metro say
Mesa me this cheap fuel be eba no international see
what count
cheap fuel no but one can cheap fuel or because a government said the only do be but cheap fuel part here but your seniors are we asking Ghana ye ton ye fango ye ton ye fango cheap obi don't turn the fango my cheap Fambo na ya wa Ghana ha. Ye tu e wo Jubilee. Verse keep 3 points ono. Ya de no ya verse e to mi keep. Obi na ono we gibi obaba ni de ni cheap. Aden. Da brofo na ebi ni ho e wo sa business ni. Ebi means it's a commodity. Price no enya Ghana na set. Enya UAE na set. Enya market. Supply and demand. It is open supplier. Aboni ni ubenchi washroom off we go. It's cheap cheap that there. The pound chow she ni hosa. And this say ebia obi say 1 person also half a person. Which we say ebia basically half a person. Half a person more there. It is cheaper than a full person. But anyone say cheap. It is our profound dear, but you should manage expectations. The cover a catch on my being your manner. One who catch in the quarrel. Yeah, that too much. It can also be a channel or can in your mouth. There's nothing like it for. But a bino, a way to my Donisha by A. Juma, our person of bois, number fishes a short is beer and badana. And not the Abai 80 way to a year.
Edasiano pay, senor. Let me shopper. Right. Senyor Jose and Anope, Yano Edi, and Common and Canning, no opinion or die Ghana Chamber of Oil, Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors are no, Anope need 100.9. Was see Kasem Wire I'm a business community no, and Crankro, one more Pisca, one munyebi. Hey, and Isike, Afie, Brunye.
Ghana, Muntie, Naman Sanyason. At the rock of Yaman Homene so Ejiji Tonton Sansain, I will need 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the Sampa Cassia Bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya Sa Cassia Waye
Onye Yimu. No Cathedral, KWASI, ABOAGYE 100.9.
KWASI, Monkwe.
Afi Brunye dear.
Mijin Bronya dio doctor was me despite Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio doctor Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio me send so police upon. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio me send so police upon. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio chame untumie. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio chame untumie. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio wana boka ne dia Japan way. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio wana boka ne dia Japan. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio doctor Kwaku Watie. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio doctor Kwaku Watie. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio niki abi am dansue. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media to Pakasi na when you mo. Mijin Bronya dio. Mijin Bronya dio niki abi am dansue. Mijin Bronya dear. Namia Boya mafia betu yania. Media
tanye me jimbro nya dia na me aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia e dia to pa kasie mi gina wani mo me jimbro nya dio me jimbro nya dio e ma o tanye me jimbro nya dia na me aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia e dia to pa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nya dio cha so poku ya de tie ba me jimbro nya dia na me aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie mi gina wani mo me jimbro nya dio cha so poku ya de tie ba me jimbro nya dia na me aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ode Sampabo Kasiabo Kowakate Munsa Amaya Se Kwesi Abwaye
Onye Yimu no Cathedral kama dine bo
Nitafe
Mama yentie Kwesi Abwaagye 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe
mi jimbro nya dio doctor was kwa mi despite mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio doctor was kwa mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio mi sene so police upon mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio mi sene so police upon mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio chama untumi e mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie mi gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio chama untumi e mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio wana boka na dia Japan we mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia to pa kasie mi gina wani mo mi jimbro nya dio wana boka na dia Japan mi jimbro nya dia na mi aboa ye ma fia beto ye nia me dia
na mami pa chese edinu strategic names pa na mami boboyo
strategy papa padawe hey
da nkrofo bi no obo mudin
se wa nkwan na ewa wonya wo ho ne de ehun nya so ogbo odin wonwum nim because anwum na wo bodo aboka ete wo so obo edin nkwan na ewa wo ho
mi jimbro nya de
disi ade amafo afa pran o mafa pran
bro nya de ho nwum pa
ene ho kete ni eyi adowa ne na eyi nyina yi boy
hey
die
hey asemo
eyirio
abena wa hanko wa kire me ko
eyirio izo ade no wan fa plan ya na ene ma bi abo eze wo se wo fa plan no wodi nyai
sa
kunu no ya owia ne ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi kotututu ni TFM
yanko enimi anto aso de bonkrata no so fa yanje
yo ene na daily graphic yanso ya di eburo nya de wa ha no ntimo so mo fa mra ha ene mo ani mu nsam amakuchi de ugrata na nim ne yekenka de amamo no na wo kire ma wote emfa ho ne Ministry of Food and Agriculture asoya wonum hwe nuane na afei akuaye ensam so se wonum prese yesrebo enioma amatoto buo mu onu o mu amana afra pata no ne bu afra pata no montete so na munya no maame aboko wose emfa ho ne bepem ne no enya ade tonfo aye o madwene so o medete ne ama no so ebuo no baby ejina ejina wose the food prices still high baby ejina enegina wom so omontete bo no so womote so ombaboka eti no ye nsem a eda daily gravity obokrata na anim ene wo chire mu se yehwe emfie bi ne aduonum yenu eye enuoma bo se de ekoso na afa nsu sikasem so said the soro anasa ekoye ye a wo kire mu a wo se third quarter mu no hu se esikasam ne tiba fom kura se re toto afresa mu anu ne 2021 mu a na atumi se afresa mu no enu emu pagya pa be se 2.6 no na so afi we de ne etiba fom pa na eye think tank fo no na wo so ede to aman anim se be ya won hwe se stress test wo be ye e wo pension fund na de se ntinto sika wodo a eno no eye adwumayefo de ni nyina no wo mo hwe na debt restructuring no a wo be so wo mo ye ede fa ho na ye sika 70 bi gida brane no pension fund for de no wo mo enhwe na nka wo mo fa stakeholders nka ho na wo mo ento ato adwene fa wo se bi a wo mo de no be hwemu anase etisa eno no eye nsema daily graphic de obokrata no wo de ato ne krata no anim hanom na the publisher the new publisher de obokrata no anim hanom no na wo kire mu se sabre eye court no astope owura afaridonko na afei mutawakil se won mo ntwe ho kra enfamfi roman rage afie no ho aha eti eno so eye ensem a da ni man papa ne da ni man no frantoma na waje ne ntoma ne kama pa ya pam ne shirt pa na hye no na ne wo hye ni kiki no wo sresa na GR fo so en wo kire mu a wo se wo mo so aye adwuma de operation hye so a na sabre eye retail shops be se enkono retail shops be se enkono 9 retail shops a ewa achimota mo wonom no ni nyina no wo mo ama no abafuma na so wo makulosi ne down kra eno so yansema eda ha no na enu ada ena jase beto odwa so owura sami jamfia ne wakonya na kodonku ya na ne wo de hanko of bi ato ne nsa ai edi sabre wono so de kawani bi ahye ne nsa ene wa free sigade mu eno ababa be pia warefuo mu se santan eno no eda krata yi enim hanom na na yire no ne ho afepa Irene Amankwa Kakari ai enti eno so eye ensam eda ni man na onim se owura sami jamfi waware a efe no waware wai afe no waware enti waware na yire no so ho afepa na o matwa atade kama ene ede o mo ato the new publisher de obokrata no anim hanom na the anchor de obokrata no anim nsem so na making kind no wo be hwe anim hanom ene galamse no tumu se je ne ho se cheme na aye papa e wonzema enzema east wonom na eno no watch them say anti galamse task force no anti galamse task force eye okun aban ni so wo galamse so no wo mo ayi wo mo so wo mo nkokwo ban wo honom se de be ya galamse ni nyina no entimi nkonko yi ni ti e wo sampatem wonom no yesi wo mo abandon wo mo atu wonom pa ahwe kura nam ba bi kura no mo yesi wo mo ati jodo go bi nu abe enti amasisi ano kwhwe ankobra river no a eni asan yesi potopa eni ayese potopa we no eye nsam ade hye bi a wo mo ete enzema east wonom wo mo ede atodwa makrata yi nso afade ato ne krata no anim nti wo mo atwa ankobra river no wo mo de ato anim hanom na eye public utility regulatory commissions for nso ene wo mo chire mu se wo mo ba ba eye adjustment kakra e wo tariff nim wo mo ba ba eye adjustment kakra e wo tariff nti nsuo bu wo ne nkane aboɔ ene niam ekeka won no mba behwe no ma yensa kire kakra ewo mu ani nyina no won betimi ahye ase free January bosomeda edikan pepepe sada no so UTV day with the stars enti eno so bekɔ so ha no nti won de ato anim ha no mo saa eno so ensem a the new anchor anasa the anchor de obokrata no ekochiri ede agu ne krata
mamen kan mo messages ni kakra tie for an opinion call yenim ewo ye jimedie no so need 100.9 Ghana Montie so the government should kindly retreat on its decision to further press the efforts of the poorer in the debt exchange program. They should use the Article 71 holders benefit for that purpose because that money is huge. That's one here from Alex Kofi Yarani, Adenta Commandos Research, no free and Odebai. He says, Kosi, good morning. Good morning to you. Justin Kodia Frimpong, the NPP General Secretary, must shut up. Who should applaud the NPP government for the city's gaining ground? Can Justin Kodia tell us what this incompetent, clueless, and inept government did for raising the city? That's one here from Richard Amasaman and Odifri and Odebai. Teacher Kujo Tubodoma Dentasi says, Ghanaians must commend President Akufo-Addo and the NPP for reviving the economy. We in the NPP do not shy away from our record, and we are ready to debate our political opponent on any day. That Tisha Kuju with that one. And to this one that says on the debt restructuring, I think President Akufo-Addo must restructure the size of his government machinery and stop payment of ex gratia to Article 71 holders to save the ailing Ghanaian economy rather than touching the poor Ghanaian workers' pensions fund. Anafna Naku NOD and no Edbai. Justin Kodia Frimpon is right. His Excellency Nanado is trying for us. Let's help ourselves. That Coleman's what if we Domi Pillar 2 NOD and Obai. A peaceful matrimonial home to Honorable Sami Jemfi. May the Lord crown their marital journey with the goodness of the Lord. That's one here from one corner. Gobesela Afienya Mataiko and Odiano Free and Odebaye. Lamtekin Rashid in Tema Gulf City says, I was thinking the NDC will go to court because with the internal election, when the Electoral Commission was declaring the General Secretary position, he committed a mistake, or he made a mistake. Okay, that's Lamtekin Rashid and Odiano Edibaye. Kofi Mensa, Accra, now send a message. Kofi, but you send a message. Attempt the day, Anna. Inti, attempt the no if why. Yauza Edificio says, undeniably, we are still facing economic challenges as there's a high cost of living despite the reduction in the prices of fuel and the appreciation of the cedi against the US dollar. But let's continue to support the government to stabilize the economy. That's Yauza NOD and no Edibai. Okay, all right. Mami hu Mr. Kakrana yan twaso with your del bonkrata no. Mesaba ma ba be kinkan bi e de mamwetie for need 100.9 and na yawo Bronya Bosome ne de toso ye eduonu mienu. Yanko enum, kora.
Abusuafo de Bokata Teli Daspati animu ha. Wade Professor Kwesi Bote na woye sikasam so afo some time ago. Papai enkunkuma brebre watoa nananom wansia do nti enne na womo pano krabia wetani mfoni abetoa. Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid Chief Executive Officer wada MP ano watese gas filling stations no womu ehwanu baba ye exchange point ya eno so nsakra efofra womu de ba wotumediem MPP amanyoku wa friends some telefone siemudie enra na General Secretary Justin Kodia from Paul lawyer and wakasa watese asase NDC amanyoku de chopa kase pa Emma Ghana for sanse Supreme Court amukwa na muni evidence and amukwa sen kofu adaje National Cathedral board we daso anope na meka won mu asem sa asofo pa na mayam from suwese yi womu so kire se sa 339 million Ghana cedis no aka no wofori ateka no enya anu ni sika womu nsaka sika womu nsaka 225 million Ghana cedis. Muntie ni yie. 225 million Ghana cedis pe. Ena board ne nsaka ya womudi ya National Cathedral no. Balance egusuo 339 minus 225. Moka kreti ambehu balance ya aketire. Sa sika no aka wone tie. Nyamesi yanka no kromo nsanka ye. Enti se Ghana fo wa asemise bia womunko bisasi kasam suafo wonyanyamfo kan wofori ata esanso womunsaka 225 not 339.
The new crusading guide of Wakata enim hanom no Ora Justice Kodua eda enim hanom a watch say yemfa abasobonsam enko emfa mama mpani na adodankwa ekufuado na waye bi an said ye na enuoma nko yie na yetimi eka ye tintesu kwakwo de kire no na ye niyo na ye na man ni sikasem nyina na so branio na ne dei se watimi ayem ye sikasem ne timi ne dollar no preso afensu ye sikasem so asimi asa gina na so a enuoma nyina ekoyie kakra whatever ta say ye bona baso nti wenso so ensem a wode ekọ edi amaga na de hie nyina na afeyin so wo mo chide mu a mo se menteme ho ase bi nso ayi ne tie o Christian Divine Church nti Apostle Boahen wɔno nso so ɛda anim ha no ɛno nso yɛ nsɛm a ɛda krataa yɛ anim ha ɛna ɔsɛ Bank of Ghana wɔn procure 26,000 ounces of gold at the Newmont Africa for nkyɛn wɔde abasobɔ nsɛm akɔ de ama Bright SHS for sɛ wɔn etimi abɔ wɔn so paa na wɔn aba bɛyɛ the best private school a ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana mu the new crusading guide ɛwɔ krataa anim nsɛm.
Na the inside the krataa anim ha wɔde ɔsagyefo ɔsiadeɛ yɔ agyema bedu ya wɔdi kan wɔde nanamfo ne abetua mampeni nana dodanko Akufo-Addo ɔno nso mfoni da ha nana obiribu ahe kane no yɛ general secretary deputy edema MPP amanyoko sisi edi okuta project a wɔyɛ na ɔsiadeɛ yɔ agyema bedu wɔno ana wɔyɛ adomahene a wɔsaya president ma Bono Regional House of Chiefs and wakatira mampeni nana dodanko Akufo-Addo say yɛyɛ de hia wi ansa ne yɛ de fata enti wakata ne say sabre ya wo man ya wo kyira ba wo bi eta ne ho antwen National Cathedral mfaso bi ani so enti wonya National Cathedral asɛm no sɛde mpanimfo bi te sɛ na no obiribu ahe wo mu nyina ade wo mu anu atum bi sɛ sɛ wɔno a enkasa project no wonyɛ emom wɔde sika no bɛkɔ akɔsɛ bibi foforom no wɔde ayɛ sanse yɛyɛ de hia ansa ne yɛ de fata enti sampanimfo nyina ade wano atum bi a wɔsrɛ mampani sɛ National Cathedral mfaso ani so for now emom wɔmfa sika no nya ne yɛsɛ fata na yo
Yankodi nkomo Honorable John Gina for Mrashebejeni Yape Kusogu anope memo achem na no mebodi no obi se nesa ne ka no sanso on the finance committee Honorable Yadasimu akwa baba ni TFM so before abedi nkomo na no mebo edin Kusogu obi se there be Kusao se there osi nesa ne ka no and I'm saying me pronouncing it is any on my throne no yeah, pronouncing it say.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Right, so where do you say anope ba na mkase ba na krawada because time na mo so dey Mrashebe dream.
No, I think we did do 5 a.m. on power.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what you mean, you know. I decided to make a computer and check a craft.
And you want me
yeah,
I mean, by now, crowd, wait me, I just acquired that 6 and up with me, I just so. But Nyama, my assembly, with me, any idea.
Almost everything.
Okay.
Budget and the deal with your money in the area.
Okay.
We have the budget statement, we have the various estimates passed, we have the various acts and our bills by passed. And then more importantly, we have the appropriation, which is the act that finance minister nearby to me, Omutimi, is the consolidated funding, and then all the consequential amendments. The budget in effectively we've dealt with it.
Okay. Which means a buying bit me near Brofono Bruni kind of spending money for the 2023, you know. CCID, I brought you Pumakoemu, and no, Ababe Dahodum say.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, so you're in Comoyan Shassian fee, the e-levy, 1%. Is it minority? Moana, Mama, I did me a year, you may, and they are buying an or yes, or about 1%.
No, so I buying the extra fee for I think 1.75.
Yeah.
Now, you know, much so about 1.5. And the crown of a kaya, 11 pension got buy. Now, 11 buy, they were expecting 6.9 billion. But at the end of the fiscal year, the fella is even up to 1 billion. International said, yeah, can you say tax was so do? In taxation, no. Normally, the tax must be fair, it must be easy, it must be simple, and the cost involved must not be too much. Yes, it leads to different tax evasion. During HI, mobile money usage. If you are buying the bus, they only buy 1%. The threshold are there 100 cedis, almost year for. That is a 1 city grand I was sending on the tax 1%. Any other you just say we won't support it. At community level, you choose a banji to threshold in the over year for. This that threshold no, it still exists. That 100 city threshold no. I buy any improve. 2, 1.5 no. I buy a still about 1%. This is 1 year to more. That is a 1.5 naira extra honor. You know, we have to agree and pass the amendment. They say the email normally about 1%. Now, a year threshold now is a year for. You do not cover on and also no, it takes 100 Ghana cedi no. Who's anything below 100 Ghana cedi in a day? You are not expected to pay 11.
I see. Now, let's talk a bit about VAT and so CCI buying amending to 2.5%. I'm sure say the any never can say until one more tea e-levy sui and aquacura VAT moon. Just before Oba line tsunami ni opinion bako a businessman saying Jose and Kane one another chamber of distributors nano edin komono kasewa VAT no increment no enye bad to almost business community feel as a bit aboa revenue say na muhu as minority
but ankasa de kasa emwa because there's an inflation that's 50%. Inflation cost that means that we see can na honde no you bring from the purchasing power no a cheaper from you ba yanka no looks like how much me to maybe I'm one bag and then maybe you have to buy just half a bag. You know, normally the country go through very difficult moments with very, very high hyperinflation. You don't tax the citizens and you're buying with air tax. Because taxation, you know, it reduces your disposable income. Because they can't cover you know. As we share tax, you know, na so empty. Na the cry you can't say we share your VAT now we can wait in our home. It means your VAT number 21%. And that would be the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. Over now VAT you know 17.5. And I buy share that NHIL and they get fund. Then they will do change. Then also no 5%. But no credit only input output VAT. You know, taxes now. And Ghana for already about the pollution tax about, or the COVID levy tax about, or the energy sector recovery levy tax about, or the financial sector levy tax about. Stabilization tax was changed to growth enhancement. As I say, company once I will make a profit, they will share 2.5 to 5%. And then I will go to your corporate tax. That is a tax not a dose here, but the other position is 2.7 billion now expected from VAT, 2.5 additional now. One tissue from expenditure no more. Ghana for how much but you got two abana. I think 135 against 136. That is the majority for no. I carry day. Earlier, now your indication said some of the majority members will join us to oppose the VAT. But but that's the beauty of democracy.
I see. So minority shot by one. Was it maybe Jachi question Tina Bia Modian Soteno?
No, the Jachi question come on 136.
Okay.
137. I think the one of them call for now the home for no as what you coin.
Oh.
We couldn't get a person to vote.
Oh, okay.
Then before, so that means almost any paper because they would have been, I think 137 in all, even without adjustment for.
Well, I mean, I think that's a good one so far. So VAT no CCI, Oma amending to 2.5%. But I can't say you in Komokakra. Sorry, at the National Cathedral. From the budget now, say 80 million Ghana cedis B. And see a day a kokoshe sasem. You say mutie mu minority Emma yes 80 million Ghana cedis and kedeko the National Cathedral project no eno entimi amma so akwa emphasis here.
Oh, yeah, the two years but there are two strands. First of all, there's a clear lack of transparency with the National Cathedral. Without privacy, obviously, the National Cathedral, the estimated cost, we don't know. How the contract was awarded, we don't know. Was it through competitive process? We don't know. In my buying use Casa, we also use the contingency vote. The opposition is the young vote. The consensus. The actual cost. The kind of the how many years contract not to say. And suddenly discover that na edition. So right from committee, the minority opposed that 80 million. The bedroom floor on take you vote, and we have decided to say we'll vote against it. But I buy any Minister of Finance, it's always dominant opposition, and we decided to they will suspend it, which means 80 million. No, it's a free appropriation. That is to say that the expenditure side will reduce by 80 million, and that's exactly what we did.
Oh, okay. No, so moto so aba na den.
Once they withdrew that portion, it means that Nyankaya to Swaba gotten it.
Okay. All right. Well, you better see no pay na ye geo mu no akwakoje wa home esanse enim se wa bre that's pa no pay.
Thank you.
All right. That's a member of parliament for Yape Kusogo. Honorable John Jinapa no pay need 100 points na Ghana Montie so and I know Edin Corner.
Kuno ya owia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi kwatututu NEET FM
yanko eni me yanto aso na yanyin nsem no bi emfi the bonkrata but before I beji nsem no bi efi the bonkrata no let me just do justice to some of my comment no bi aba and also be etemu so main kind kakra emfa mamwansana yako yenim we see half of the Ghanaian population is buying local rice, so the demand for dollar has reduced. Imagine where the dollar will stand if we can buy local sugar, fuel from Ridge. Half of the population, really, Sanet here. That's a good one. Well, global crisis has hindered Ghana's economy, but with the kind intervention from President Akufo-Addo, we have seen a reduction of fuel prices and CD dollar appreciation. In fact, let's continue to keep hopes alive to bring the economy back to life. That's one here from Amisco Spelele, Edifi Kaswa Eno Debaye. Kwesi, review does not mean cancel, right? Mahama, come for your stone. That's Tiki, Edifi, Sphinctus Eno Diano, Debaye. Inshaba Anelka. Ashaiman constituency, we should be thankful and grateful to this NPP government for how far they have bounced back the economy to release stress and hardship from the system. But some of our wicked traders are not making this reality on the pocket. A shame on them. That Inshaba Anelka and Odiwe Edibaye. Correct score, Zakaria Ewo Sunyai says Ghana is tough. Ghana is hard. It is because of three nuisance factors. Nane Egu Juma, Baumia, the liar, Kenofurata, the killer. We get rid of them. Freedom in 2024. That's correct. Score Eddie Free Sunyai and Odia no Eddie Baye. Because we pleaded out, plead with our secretariat for us. That's NAPCO personnel are surrounded by loans, unpaid rent, and debt. Information reaching us indicate that our coordinator should validate 1 month payment for Xmas. We plead with the management. 1 month pay out of the 9 will be more readily to some of us. Needly or deadly, or you say okay, more deadly to some of us. When our creditors hear of the payment, there will be pressure on us. Please, 1 month is nothing good to write home about. Justice from a Ashaiman. So justice is pleading. And Pacho NAPCO secretariat to much as Busmin Kru Aketia Akem, Omati se Musimba Betia Bear Busimbako. A man 40 se Mutium Cabusumbaco, Nasenia Kanamaya, Umewu, Kwisi. When the woman poured the expensive oil on Jesus' feet, the poor people around him complained. Building a cathedral would not be the reason for all Ghanaians' problem, and not building does not mean our problems will be gone. Your newspaper reader should spare our ears. That's KWASI Kwansa. And now do we buy? Teacher Constitution Riamwase says, let me thank the General Secretary of the MPP, Justin Kodia, for setting the record straight to the NDC. Winning election is about putting a lot of measures in place, but not restoring violence, as the newly elected NDC executives are claiming. That's Teacher Constitution Riamwase. We can't be about New Sudan. I'm not sure he's referring to Bebse Kwabena 7 or country. Yanko anyone say that trust my so far, me too.
Yo, and you're not young to call and call the Bokratano, Emu, and Sam. Now, me did a daily statement of Bokratano, and not me de share the Bokratano to call Dominum Assay. I have paid 2 honomo and as a catapult to me, no one mono. And NPP Amanyokono, one day and some air core at the Ama Bambo, my co for a war on my Ghana. Now, what you was 6 years. I say a man was semono, Yarukasamwa, Ayana Kosuomono, Tiaba from Pan, and so I quite bit to say, and this Amanokuni, there be an Erukasamno, Gianna Edgehini Ewomu. Nininan, Wakakafun, Wakaka Dampan was said. A year NDC Amanyokono, Mampenin, that John Dramani Mahama, CC, I war by 2 franca at the Ama Womono. And I just say, Wajina Simpian Mukasa, a banner Lucasamodia, hey, Master, NDC for. Obia dimension or one more yard, dear, 1 year, papa. Na Sadia no wobeti mi aka se eye nyina so emma saafo ni nyina ma conference a omode share so abato ano moto de yiyi national youth for omumpanifo na face organizers no e wo Cape Coast no enam so ma empanifo ana se Ghana de hye ni bia wo mo don NDC amanyoko no wo mo emma rukasem eyi ni ti e wo abato no omode share so e wo hono ni nyina na wo se wo mo anhwe na so wo mo ankasa ansem ni nyina ama no emfiri wo no mo a wanhwe rukasem no ebekoso agihini e wo yamanyosem na so sisi ano yamanyosem ya ade a yempese ya de rukasem kura ebebemu enti we yetwotwo for penny de ma NDC MPP amanyoko no owura Justin Kodua en wo de ensem ikode amabambo adwuma ikofo se wo mo enam wo mo saso ma rukasem yi ni ti wo NDC fo wo no congress ya wo de share so Cape Coast no ase no wo mo hwe no mo mamra ene wo mo nkasa de ebe ya ebeye ensan na ho ede ama afoforo nso ne ankyirima no omo agya saa ne ma na nya sa rukasem no ebeji hini papa papa yie ewo yen amanyosem a wei eye ensem a eda daily statement da obokrata no katafa etoso mienu ehonom.
Okay, all right. Yeah, by call Ahman Sakwa kodi nkomo anope ye ni ora ya obwedu aibuafo chairman National Media Commission enkonkodi nkomo kakra ewo ye semi ababeto dwa sack NDC sesiedu nketia from Parliamentary Service Board NMC chair. Eja da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope.
Meje moso.
Umpomwe.
Na onyame agaro.
Asam ye da ho na pese ye nchichimu kakra sack NDC sesiedu nketia from Parliamentary Service Board. Story kase odi atudwa. No crasher, yes, what is saying asem ye atudwa.
Na bi na me de ochra metrema azembe bana metrema anya. Sack ubi ne ade ebe nwinde. Emra ben so me gina se yenyi nesa indipana no kure wo munyina ne se emam me a board member minister of parliamentary affairs.
Okay.
It's the core leadership of parliament we na asama ebekwa nishiem na sena na NPP MPD and NDC deputy minority leader na me from eteho NPP ne no ekase honorable Abayi said this year I say don't get here omuse ebia enyefe obekoswa na watna Parliamentary Service Board next one na esan 24 simi ko be ma kan bi enyenti no me no ye ni pamiesa na me de ma no to mo se ade bi ho a o ye ne na ebia obe kasa fa so but ebia if you watch an phone, Obi will say, why in now, maybe feel any, million and a can. I'm wondering, if he said, be an instruction will be a few maba. And not say a distance transfer in a member, instruction will be a inferior member. Now, on the main argument, not so. Honorable, sir, argument there, democracy in there, command cabinet, and yes, I will say, yin and I. The mom acquire or fast or caster on the main argument. And run not Islamic as I said, not, no, I was look at. And I'm caster, Sadia, accommodating crying jay. Any jay. Into a bra in Shemona, a shastian. And honorable Vigi, it drew the so cassa. Na nini entry no am say obi kasa na am so ne di any bobby and what did to you say na infa ne kasa na nini no bibi se bia obetwe na dwene si bibi so nti do me so na am say oh say you ne nua ne ye no de atudade a ene de esi ye me esa en so ntem no me be say me so me di tuga na ennonom sa no Enema Ghana for Enya Ebuo Emma Parliament. If I did your Ebana Parliament, yeah. I am almost party on Asa no margin or manner. It's Ebana sa not young Ghana fire king man, a show. It's a drew baby and not eat Emma Ebua or say Edema woman. Now Honorable Season Ketia. Meaning, say, 1992 Constitution. A buy, and can't be a far fighter. But Media Commission. Now, Mr. Peter Lajete, I'll be a speaker, and not over National Media Commission. So, or not, almost a star Constitution. And they say Constitution, no more said, Obia or post our party move beyond. In this or Yadinico National Media Commission. So, it's what they not to talk honorable Season Katia says, I am a national chairman. Our political party one on Mutimi 2 speaker if for no one. And so, my young and I didn't want to go near me now. Yeah, after I can. Enti se obi se me se yenye Season Katia di ebe no se me se Season Katia en resign akara wa monti asia omo eno omoka me de me kan ya ne se ye Ghana for ye nwene ho se emre bi esa se obi eye regional chairman e o party ti ye ko se amara se obi okuta di bra e o party mo bi antimi enko National Media Commission so Sadia, na Ubioya National Chairman, our political party, let's say, or several parliamentary service board. That's about the and the itini and the speaker, it's regional effort and Emma Ecoso home there. And the young honey home there, the debefa. It's Sa and American, it's almost more than the almost the American. Man, Cassa, in your Season Katie. And the man can say, a Season Katia and resign. The Mikaya say, a you, a Ghana for you.
Now, me myself be back. I said, well, Tadi way in your for fraud. Announcement you be a honor saying, as son said, now why a church for penny my NDC. And I know what a parliamentary service board you so. Necessary about training difference in the same patch between Abu and Yatia.
Oh, sir. Abra edikana speaker boni den no say Ghana for bi kira ma wen say emphasis or the general secretary no ebeba abeka ade no but speaker entie no ordinary kan but on say chama idea koba chama nim ne de asem no ebeko the general secretary oye bibi na yam from so a chairman nim ne de poster yan hwe se yan kan ni I say chairman na mo o etimi fa se bibi ba na se chairman na de oka o hon wa kan ni ya party ni mo hwan enim ne yan fa nko what you here Chairman ni General Secretary nya de kro. General Secretary no oye obi a ekro no apano a omutua ne ka bosome. Yetua ne ka. General Secretary bi oye akatua o. A full-time work. But chairman de oye na juma obi na ono so obi ade ne nemu na ohweso. It is a General Secretary cry bibia bo enya. Chairman nim ne ye de ne beko. Chairman ya de ultimate fan ko General Secretary nim. I just say, a penny phoning in our own party no more and no big nyaka, Chama, empty. And so say, as a crowd. But, dear, me no me person, woman, say, me no manka, I beg your horse, it will year season get daddy, and I say don't get resign. Me see, yay, Ghana for young minute after I dare no. It's a Ghana for you know, one year, yeah. Send me a nay, Sagana for the honor, yeah, not then, if you said, and Rebien, you are making us work as a dear. I say, don't get your unity, and I say, don't get your on resign. But the American say, young, one bone, a year, not saying it.
So, as it stands, you see, I didn't come away, Emrano, Ewo Yagana, Mrapon Cassie, an article 124.2. I know Makwama Yatisa Parliamentary Service Board. No, near can say, well, shall consist of Speaker as Chairman. 4 other members, all of whom shall be appointed by the Speaker, acting in accordance with advice of a committee of Parliament and the clerk to Parliament. So, Samra we want some now can say, and no nasisi a yanshe na sebia yebe ensakrawe bi wo ho ane aye.
David, in here, Sakrambrane cry.
Okay.
Also, speaker na obeyi sa enkrofo no.
Yeah.
Enti o yi wo ma also o dwene ho. Nipa ya de tumi ashansa say yie. O yi a fine no say o yi no.
But I mean, mimisa my dream check akra ni and o ye mranim ni enti o no be nim kra chen me. Say nia making out see there be no. Why should we leave it at the discretion of the speaker? Because here they are at the discretion of the speaker. Yeah, no thing was our problem. Me say ono nwene ho.
Member, embrano mono okomwa. Discretion should not be arbitrary. So your mouth discretion. And just say ne okebia and it tell be I will say oh yeah. It won't say a discretion there. Send the anchor president and microphone super president. When say Emrano president, ministers, a man is from the answer from the answer.
Yeah.
Said they be also Otis and Profocus and work of the minister de Brie. Say the number catch on it. Obiso open say you're tapping a better there and you minister and a so. What do I say? Emrano, but Emrano, if you say a mouth can't say be a Jenny, the old year no, and then console the ban. What you say?
Yeah.
Because one thing ye a told them be now okay be mrano some casting running cassia. It be do baby no. I can win your sacre be a and can open necessary and say some ranoa. Ultimate and find ye a juma. And nunti Emma your mouth is we a juma penny. Now ye the idea be shown so you say near the idea. And never know how one we have so we say, I dare the Tiamra dear. Oh, nothing. We are Christian. Now I cry, dear Paul Kai. Oh, also what did you know? Now, so you and the yet say, oh, yeah. It's now also we ain't pay the end of the baby. I did you her, oh, yeah, in the public can once. If you say, you'll be beside your friend of perception. If you are not a young correct. So only panel at the 23 I dear ready. Now, because you'll be able to be our own fine here. I got when you be bar Mosono. We will send me away in our Maswa move, yeah.
Okay, all right. I don't pay a bedasi. You mean shop?
You miss it. Take a bit it beats me a boy. I'm not yeah. Because the party independent how ultimately But send me a money. Send me a petrol and then for me. And not say, young party and then the other. If it's so be out, look at the filling station, they will talk to them. Oh, party is here, what party, you know. The one I was over the tunnel. No, it's send me over back. Yes, young minute. If you on the spot, and almost 12 days, 1 day, and no, now your party a near, and it's all kind of one. To be a say, don't tell me a trauma. I see a trauma. We now the party, the monaco, you have to be. I now my idea. A more grown over. If you say, who need to me was that idea, and so it's young and plan out one epoch to myself. I be a fire on the day.
Okay. MC bedo penyina se bada homa no so emu enhyedante obewie enti emfinsi wa no se ora ya abwedu aibu afo etitreni ma National Media Commission na ye no edi nkomoy me ba ne ato aso agye ye nsem ne bi nso e wode bonkrata ne mu na menkan mo comment no madwenche ne bi amode afa WhatsApp line so anope no so aba na yanko ye nim Tay Mr. Tay Golf Estate what time I'll say thank God you're back please some of the newly elected executives namely Fifi Koite and Yamin should be careful of the words that is coming from their mouth. That does not help to build the country. That is one here from Mr. Tay. Golf Estate, the free NOD and buy. Musa Bato Aswansi says, all minority MPs who voted to reject government's proposed 2.5% levy, VAT increment or increase are working in the interest of Ghanaian people. I imagine them to vote against any additional burden that's proposed by this corrupt government in order to kill businesses, including the needless 80 million Ghana cedis proposed for the National Cathedral. That's one here from Musa Abattoir. But if you are someone say, no, dear, no, Edibaye, Mamin Kind way, so was he BAM Simplicita. With Baumia as the presidential candidate of the NPP, the North is a done deal, and therefore NDC's current opposition status will be firmly rooted. That is one here from Alhaji Aminu Abu, former regional coordinator, NASA Greater Accra, and Odiwe Ebaye. We miss you, pa. By the way, Kobramafu is making a lot of sense. That's Kofi Sechi, Edifi, Kitase, and Odia no Edibaye. Positive change our Madina Zongo Junction or say the Ghanaian masses are angry today because of the substandard governance, high level of corruption and thievery among government officials and hardship given to us by President Kufuor and his appointees. That's positive change. Madina NOD free NOD by one here from Interzone Kasua Boom. Interzone community says God bless you abundantly. Our enemies try to dominate and parasite on us, but Ghana is alive and kicking. Glory be to his name. That's Interzone NOD Edi Ebaye. Chrissy, please, can you tell me from 1992 up to date how much amount of money some politicians alone have personally stolen from the state coffers to build their own mansions and other properties, which we Ghanaians do not benefit from? That's what in Denmark. I don't have that figures. I'm Pacho. What at all? As the the NDC will lose if the National Cathedral. What will the NDC lose if the National Cathedral is built? Why are they always fighting for the building of the National Cathedral? Are they antichrist? What is wrong with the building of a National Cathedral in Ghana? That's one here from Teacher Kujo Tepa Anyine Susu and Odifri. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumedi so and Wasigwe. Congratulations to Sammy Jemfi, but I'm hearing that his wife was and still MPP. I'm wondering why a national communications officer cannot convince his wife to join the NDC, because NDC is a better party. That would be against the constitution. Freedom of association. Yes, freedom of association. So please allow him to the wife to join whatever association. We have freedom of association in the country. And Patrick Bebre, my wife, any free. Why? I 100. Later on this morning, inform me and start say I'm sure you saw Benjamin Jehu appear NPP communication team member. Godwin Mahama, NDC communication team member, and Felix Montiie, director of communication for PPP, and paying for me and say about Transinoma Boagye share or Yano so but the Bonkrata so far still here. So far.
Joe, my mentor so I made the daily statement that Bonkrata no and I'm there to us so na NPP amanyokono baakwa wodi mu akotini ye pa owura baakwa wodi mu akotini ye pa assistant central na hyebedwani owura Kennedy ohine e Japan akomprekum wono na wokasa wa hanu mu we afutu a wode ekọ ede ama ne MPP amanyoko ni nyina nwade hyefuo nyina empanifu wo mu titiru kura no de sa afutu we ekọ de ama wo mu wo kire mu a wo se ase NDC for National Delegate Conference a wo de hyehyɛ so no wo mu wie yekoto abayi wo makandifo no sisi a enwa so na se NPP amanyoko no obia bie na no anu oka wasem no obia bie na no anu oka wasem no obia bie na no anu oka wasem so wo mu de wo mani nyina akwa di wodum ene wo kire se he munya sa nkwara de na moye no asa mo center mo adwene nyina sisi a wo NDC National Executives ne so ena mayi mo adwene kura de afrinfie mpene ne aduonu nan ne so na wo hu se NPP amanyoko no anasa NDC amanyoko no sisi ampanifo no mayi omo no wo man amareboan munsu aguso se 2024 abato na de be hye so no wo mpese oba be fa abenwa ne di so ntina wo mayi sa kanifo no he mumwani na hona munya asa de mo de mo adwene akwa omo so no na mo hwe se yen ye beka yen ho abom ni aye adwumaden na yen so yetimi ehwan wo mo to ase akonwa na akonwa na sa akoso a wo NPP amanyoko ni nsam esan se yentimi enti nyina nhwe se NDC amanyoko no baba be fa abenwa ne de afiri NPP amanyoko ni muda wo mo beje afiri yen nsam sa enti munya asa danda nyina na mo de mo adwene akwa omo na NDC amanyoko National Delegate Congress ekodum de hye so die 24 mo to abayi omo especially chama yesi edun katia General Mosquito sisi wa chama Mosquito wono no omo yi ne de he se de omo ye wa yi no Ibrahim no 2008 no se wa hwe ya wo mesa ye the same thing eti NDC amanyoko wo se mo mani na ho anya sa wa hwe ya na NDC amanyoko na ba we hwai abenwa no edi afiri mu nsam enam saa kanifo na wo mayi ni nyina eti mo mani mra mo de so na strategy am so betimi afaso na mfembe ni aduonu nan mo so abato no betimi awie wo nkunimde kwa so na adwa no agoso atena so no ma wa aban mu no eno apɛ na wasa modwene wei aya afutu a efiri Kennedy ohine e Japan assistant central na hyebedwani enchen ekɔ ede ama the party emanyina
na break kratafa tosumi ensa watrese Pampeni na nado danko akufado efre interior minister ononyafo Ambrose Cathedral ne se recruitment ya womo ye ade security service ya wodo nyina mu no wonyai esan se enipa no begum to kura akatua de betua wo mu no ebi kura ni wo papa nso asono bu mampeni se posifo nso wo musa fire service fo sa de se na se nyina nipa ni sa enti wano a ye recruitment and what the mampeni directives na to nchen and wo recruiting nkofo titiri pa watese ni kromofo aja wado and once wo so a wo mugumu a so wo so agum enso wo mabɔ no kokose se nipa no a wo so a wo mugu posi mu bebre no asika nsa dani wa ye de betua wo no ka enso directives ya mampeni adima wo no nyamfo Ambrose no wato atu ba bi kura and one kasa ne recruitment di bi ko posi di bi ko migration service any service ya wodo woni nyina watra se wo mu a wo sisi an wo mu sha enti ya kasi ye niska na nwura besibu fa ye so a ne ya ne dan enti wo recruit bi akwa ya befa so ebenya sika ye di betua wonum ka no ye benya de etua wonum ka de bokrata day break ka ho asem
ene the daily graphic da obakrata no na me de to so kunni na nkasa na wonse Ministry of Food and Agriculture wo mo aye o madwene se nko mo be ma afia adwadifo ene wo mo se adwadifo no ahyada fasebu akwanso no wo mo ankasa tototo wo mo niema mu ene ebi nso ahole wo mo de ade agu dan mu ɛna dan no mu ɔmɔde nneɛma no aguo no kyerɛ sɛ yɛ pagya nneɛma no buo mu pɛ no ɔmo nso de ɛbuo no bi ato so sɛ bam ɛna kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo bu Ghana fo kɔm ɔmo sɛ economy no sinsi ano masa nneɛma nyinaa nkɔ yi ataa ma ɛhyia nkasa na ne nyina mu no na Ministry of Food and Agriculture kɔ ayi ɔmo so ɔmo kɔ afuom na ɔmo akɔ sɛ saboɔde ne nneɛma wɔ hɔ no nyinaa de aba bɛgu ɔmo head office hɔ no sɛ ve na nneɛma tete so maame abɔkɔ no aba bɛtɔbi ne nyinaa no nka betimi ahyɛ kuafo ayi adwadifoɔ no na ɔmo ahun sɛ sɛ Ministry of Foods for yanhwɛ yi a wɔn bɛgu anim ase onti yanhwɛ ne te yɛ nneɛma boɔ so yɔn yɛ ne kwa na yɛso ɔmo ate sɛ odogo bi no abe afɛ kura na nneɛma ne buo mu ayɛ din o yɛso ɔmo nte so ɔmo so ɔmo nte so first mo se fuel price ɛna ama ayi saa ayi ɔhaw yi nyinaa ba nti mo tototo nneɛma buo mu na sisi ya te hyɛ ntia sika so a ɛno so akɔ yɛ problem na ɛno no wɔn mo srɛ sɛ na de akura na adwadifoɔ wɔn mo yɛ yi ɛsan sɛ yɛanhwɛ yi anhwɛ aburonya no ebi mo bɛwe wɔn dɔko no kwawu ebi mo kura nya nnuane mfa ngu wɔn fie ɛna wɔn akɔ mpo na wɔn ne wɔn abusuafoɔ kura agye wɔn ani wɔ buronya bere mu ejade sɛdeɛ na wɔn bɛtɔ kɔsoa de ato adwadifoɔ no anim so wɔn sra adaworoma yate sɛ nneɛma so a wɔn nso nte nneɛma so sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a Ghana de hyɛ mɛbi betumi akɔ tɔtɔ nneɛma anya saa deɛ wɔn hwɛ sikafoɔ yi a na betumi akɔ di dwa na sikafoɔ kura asi apeneɛ na wɔn usu ɛwɔ nneɛma bu ehu na ɛyi wɔn a wɔn ni biefoɔ etu wɔn sɛ so wɔn tete so adaworoma mfa mu wɔn esan sɛ nneɛma bu no still a frapata saa ne nyinaa no ɛnhyɛ da ɛmmoa nti wɔn gu so ade sɛ de atu adwadifoɔ anim sɛ wɔn tete nneɛma no boɔ so a wei no wɔn de ato kratafa ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛna anim pɛɛ wɔ daily graphic dɛ ɔbɔ krataa no anim
na daybreak kratafa ɛtɔ so nan mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo na wɔkasa ɛwɔ centenary celebration Presbyterian Church of Ghana ɛwɔ Black Star Square Nkraya ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ National Cathedral ne si yɛmpo besi osia ma Awurade nye nipa no wɔhyɛ no na wokasa wobɛdi nipa no akyi a wobɛyɛ Awurade kora abɔne enti wasi nkete so wobɛsi dan no ama Awurade no yɛpa yɛnkɔ no mopoma no nsa wobɛsi adi ama yɛn na sometime ago Bible na Hamanya asɔre sɛ wobɛsi Awurade asɔre dan ɛbra wɔhyɛ aseɛ no na nipa bi nam hɔ baako de Samalat baako de Tobia ɛna baako nso de Kwabenamafo na saa nkɔfoɔ yi wɔn sɔre tiaeɛ na Samalat ne Tobia no koraa deɛ ensam keka nie efe duru baabi koraa Samalat ka kyerɛ Tobia sɛ deɛ ɔyɛ o deɛ twɛn wɔyɛ koraa duru hɔ no baabi koraa kɔkɔbo koraa kɔfa so a ne nyinaa bɛdwira gu enti na wɔn de wɔn kasa tia nanso na Hamanya wanhyɛ deɛ nipa aka wɔkɔɔ so a si Awurade dan ne wieyɛ na wɔsi Awurade dan ne wieyɛ no Awurade ani onyam hyerɛn wɔ wɔn so ɛno nti sɛ Awurade ahyɛ so civil war esi nkɔfoɔ amamu kuku a nkɔfoɔ yɛ yɛn ebi nto yɛn a ɛdeɛ na si yɛ kwan si yɛbɛsi dan ne nyinaa kɔhyɛ dan no mu de na ase ama Awurade enti wɔn kasa tia no wɔn nsa no wɔn nyae esansa yɛ Samalat ɛna Tobia sefoɔ suban ne bi ɛna saa nkɔfoɔ no ɛda no adi ɛdan no deɛ yɛbɛsi ahyɛ Awurade anuonyam
Trɛhwɛfoɔ pɛni ɛde ma NPP amanyokuo no ɛna ɔno so ɛkasa ɛwɔ daily graphic dɔ ɔbɔ kratafa ɛtɔ so du nso wɔn mo ha sɛm na wɔse bɛyɛ nna kakra bi nie ɛne efiri ayi afrɛ sɛ mu ɛba nneɛma buo nyinaa gye nsɛm na nneɛma nkɔ yie sikasɛm atɔ apɛ no sɛdeɛ NPP NDC amanyokuo ne Ghana de hyɛ ma bi ɛsane ɛyɛ paa ne egya paa de agu NPP amanyokuo no so ɛne mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo so no enye bi kura ni nyina no so wɔn se anam wɔn sa so ɛne wɔn mama yɛ sikasɛm nyinaa tɔ ape ɛne wɔn mama nneɛma nyinaa gye nsɛm ɛna sisi ahwɛsi di ne sɛ deɛ dollar ne demirika ɛntimi kura wɔde twɛn mi o wɔsɛ wusi di na me kɔ agya wa deɛ ogyina hɔ no sɛ me ntwɛn wɔn ne va me kɔ na wɔfɛ demirika saa na si di na ka akyire ɔtene ne mu bia ɔnsɔre na ɔse wei nyinaa no yɛnhwɛ bɛyɛ sɛ na wɔtwe mienu ntam nie sɛdeɛ sidi no wɔtumi aba bɛto dollar no sɛ wɔne na epem so yie paa wɔ dwaman so ɛna afei nso yɛ economy no bibia ɛkɔ kama If it is ye ka say ye debt restructuring no wo mo de ba betu mu a fuel prices kofom enyo nyina akofom ase sie bibia esisi so kama enti anu na yade esane yade gu wo mo so no mampani titru so aban so no yafa sa anu okro no a emfanga say aban wa yade aban mo piafo nipa yade osa yeye yenya na yedi watem ya anu na yedi watem no wo se yesan so ka say wa yade esan se Ghana fo anya sa ape na yesa ase de enoma ekono ne de aban no eye no modern bo na wo bo ne nso ye ni enti yenka se aban no ayade na yenya se enoma bo ne nko na sesi a aya na ye ka ho asem na papa epie wo mu a eno de yembe se ye be ka ho asem no already nsam atudwa ebra wo friends ntwofo nhyiemudie na kyese ensem nyina no wo de to na nimu a ensem wo makochiri de ato daily graphic de bokrata kata fa eto dunso
na Minister of Health ana etu Ghana fofo ewo kratafa to since a wakyerɛ sɛ enro bi ewo dwaso a bebrenu anya papa ana ebinim so wɔ hɔ no mu a de ewo ma kyerɛkyerɛ wɔ ho no nya saa adwuma no na ɛyɛ ana ebi so kura wɔ hɔ a na ho ɔden ni sua ana ebi nso wɔ hɔ a wɔn register ayɛ nti wɔn ka kyerɛ Ghana fo sɛ wo kɔ akɔtɔ aduro sa drugstore sa mia hudo bia sa wo kwa akɔtɔ adura wadawroma ebetumi asabo akire bio ane da kura me hu ma me bia futuo ya na wo tu yen wo so wo kwa hospital na doctor a prescribe aduro ma na wo kwa pharmacy wo kwaji aduro no a ebetumi asafa kwakire doctor ne se doctor wadawroma aduro na wo prescribe ma me no eno ana pharmacy ne dia ma me yana na wansa nshem esanse omutumi di obi nduro ni asesa ni ye de amawo enti se wukọ ni ye prescribe ma wukọ pharmacy wonu wode ma wa san kọ back na fa kọ tire doctor no se eduro na wo prescribe ye no me pa ata wada woroma eno ani ana na doctor ni benya abotre no wa tire tire mu ama wo tire se nro bebre abeda so bebre nya papa omuni bebi omukọ fafiri ye ena bi so ho kra de ye no anya no no ma kyerɛkyerɛ wɔ ho no enti wo kwa akɔtɔ adura kwa akɔnom a wapam de enti aya no ayɛ asɛyie
memfa kratafa to so aduasa mienu ene aduasa miensa wonom no ento aso won nsɛm ne so wɔ daily graphic do wɔkrata no emu na we trɔtrɔfo pani edema industrial commercial workers union ICU Owura Morgan Iwin ene ɔde nsɛm we nyina no ede ekɔ ama adwumayɛfo a ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana mu na wɔkyerɛ mu a wɔse adwumayɛfo yɛma yɛdwuma a yɛkɔ no ɛne yɛdwuma a yɛyɛ no ehia yɛ enda yakoma pono so yie papa wɔse yɛmfa ne brɛ ɛmfa ɛnyɛ adwuma na afei nso yɛ attach seriousness nso ɛwɔ ho wɔse se yɛma adwuma na yɛyɛ no yɛde ahofama afei yɛde ɛto ho akyɛ ɛde yɛ adwuma na yɛyɛ ne nyina na osusu sɛ wɔno de wɔgyidie mapa ɛwɔ ahodasoɔ sɛ ampa nokorɛ Ghana economy asisia no ɛnhyɛ da ne nyina soɔ yie saa no ebetimi abɔ ne ho so na timi agyina ne naso ɛbra yɛbɛtwa asu akɔkɔpie mu ɛwɔ mfie pene ne aduonu miensa 2023 mu enti obi bia ɛmfa ne brɛ ɛne ɛden ahofama ɛna afei nso to ho akyɛ ɛnyɛ adwuma na ɔmfa ɛmpem ɔman Ghana ɛnkɔ nkan ɛwɔ ne nkonimdie ɛna afei ne yiedie ɛnsɛm mu nyinaa na wɔsan so ɛfa akwanya no so ɛde afotuo nso ɛkɔyɛ ɛde ma adwumayɛfoɔ ɛne Ghana de hyɛ nyinaa sɛ Christmas yi yenim se yebɛbɔ ademu afei wɔn a wɔn ɛbɛdi kasubo mu wɔn a ne wɔn kununum bɛdi ahyia wɔn bɛ kese wɔn bɛ ɛne ne ɛbɛkɔ so deɛ ne anigye deɛ ɛbɛyɛ dwe pɛpɛpɛ ɛbɛyɛ da nkasa na ne nyinaa mu no wɔ se sɛ wɔn COVID-19 panel bɔnde akɔ wɔ bi ɛna afei nso hunu sɛ COVID-19 na ɛda so wɔ hɔ ɛnkɔɔ yɛ saa enti sɛ wɔkɔ akɔbɔ ademu no na wam wani so ada wonom sɛ aboa wo no am wani ada wonom sɛ krodom sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ ayade no nkotitimbi na bro nya ne bɛkɔ awie yɛ akyire no wo mɛka sɛ an ɛne wayɛ no fo na adeda da hɔ no bɛkɔ akɔ awie na yɛ COVID-19 ni bi ɛne wanya enti mu wani na wonom sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ a bro nya bɛkɔ awie na yade bɔne bia mama megya wo so na wo bɛdi awie ɛwɔ apɔmuden so kwan so no watimi so abɔbra no ofie pene ne aduonum yɛnsam a bibia nso a woyɛ no ebetimi akɔyie ɛde aboa wadwumadi a anase wadwuma a woyɛ ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana mu nti wei ɛyɛ afotu a efiri general secretary ɛde ma industrial and commercial workers union Owura Morgan Ayawin ne nkyɛn ɛkɔ ɛde ama adwumayɛfoɔ ɛne Ghana de hyɛ nyinaa
na Democrat daybreak ya medi eta de woman to aye wowura bi a wo trese se wo ko host programs pa wo togo abra wo bre aye Van Caleb en wo kase wo trese na numu wo ba bi pa se wo so okmu ko bo show kase pa wo togo ama wasesa sa tisi ahodo bebre atata so sɛde ɛbɛyɛ adeɛ no kora bɛyɛ akɔnɔ nti wɔde vanveka ka ho Prince David wɔsɛe patapasɛm Chief One Jafenga ɛna Togo atisi a wɔn yɛ adeɛ paa so wɔn nyinaa nkɔka ho wɔn sɛ baabi de Palace de Congress Event Center wɔn ɛkɔyɛ program wɔ hɔ nti ɛdɔm a ɛbɛba nyɛ dɔm ketewa ayɛ advert bɔ ho dawuro boy time so wɔ mu kɔyɛ aye ɛwɔ no yɛ empty nipa ba akokora ante wɔ ɛna wɔn tɛsɛ ti a Togo ukɔ akɔpɛ baabi akɔyɛ event a program a wobɛnyɛ sika ukɔ akɔyɛ no wɔ Togo wɔn mfa bɔga nyɛ so ayo wɔn a wɔte wɔn no wɔde dama to srɛ no akɔsɛ na agya de akɔtena program ase enti ɛwɔ deɛ sɛ wo so ukɔ akɔyɛ program hɔ no mu deɛ ɛbɛgye wo nsɛm
ɛne na deɛ me nso me di atwa soɔ ɛwɔ nsɛm no soɔ ɛyɛ police officers anase security officers awodoɔ bɛyɛ sɛ dumiɛnsa 13 na asabre yi wɔn ɛhyɛ so ɔmbɛ so wɔn bɔ wɔn dwumadie nsɛm so na bambɔ nsɛm so a wɔn ɛboa ɛwɔ mu ne nyinaa no etimi fa ne ntoma pɛfrɛ yie nti no wɔn ɛtimi akɔ akɔpie mu ɛwɔ ɛyɛ US abrochima mu akɔ akɔgye entity mapan ɛde afiri wɔn nsɛm a wei no wɔkyerɛ mu sɛ Ghana's Integrated Border Management IBM agenda no ebia wɔn mo ɛne Ghana US coordinate so wɔn de bɛboa na wɔn ɛde ahwɛbambɔ nsɛm so ho nsɛnkaneɛ ɛwɔ ɔman ti asɛman Ghana mu na wɔn akɔ ntitiɛ ne deɛ na kyerɛ sɛ saa bere no wɔn ɛyɛ aba abɔntea ne sa na wɔn banko so deɛ ne adwuma no wɔn ɛbɛyɛ na wɔn ayɛ ne yie paa na wei no ebi firi Ghana Immigration Service mu afei Custom Division Ghana Revenue Authority ase ɛna wɔn ɛhyɛ Ghana Police Service Narcotic Control Commission for emu ɛna wɔn nyinaa ɛtimi akɔ pie mu a wɔn ɛgye saa ntitiɛ wei nyinaa no ɛde ababa bɔ bambɔ nsɛm so ɛwɔ mantiaseman Ghana mu Bureau of International Narcotics and Law afei Enforcement Affairs Ghana wɔn nyinaa nso ebi efiri mu ɛyɛ Office of International Affairs ɛna wɔn nso no wɔn ɛde wɔn nso ɛma ebi ka ho a wɔn nyinaa akɔgye entiteɛ no bambɔ nsɛm titiriw ɛwɔ sɛ ebi a obi ba bɛfum yɛ mu awram anaso obɛfiri awram terrorism ɛho nsɛnkaeɛ ma papa titiriw nti ɛna saafo yi wɔn akɔgye entiteɛ sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ a bibi saa no ɛba besi a na wɔn atimi ɛyi ɔman no asotire ntɛm na atimi ɛde ako a ɛda daily graphic deɛ ɔbɔkrataa no n'akyi ɛpɛɛ
na the chronicle deɛ ɔbɔkrataa no adi aba kratafa ɛtɔ so etumiɛnsa ɛna wɔsi Yesu awoɔ wɔsi Luka chapter 2 verse 8 ade korɔ mumiɛntie Awurade asɛm wɛ na enyanhwɛfoɔ bi wɔ asase no so ɛnda wura mu na wura wɔn nya nku anadwo na Awurade bɔfoɔ bɛgyina wɔn nkyɛn na Awurade ani onyam srɛnta wɔn ho hyiae na ɛho kɛseɛ kaa wɔn na ɔbɔfoɔ no se wɔn sɛ munsuro na sɛ mede asɛmpa a ɛyɛ nitie pii na bɛyɛ ɔman nyinaa dea mebrɛ mu sɛ ɛnnɛ wawo agyenkwa a ɔne Kristo Awurade no ama mo wɔ David kurom na yei ne mo nsɛnkyerɛnne mobɛhunu akɔkoa a wɔde ntoma atetere ne ho sɛ wɔda mmoa didi daka mu na mpofiri mu a wɔsoro asafo bebree bɛka abɔfoɔ no ho eyi wɔ Nyankopɔn ayɛ sɛ enuonyam wɔ soro ma Nyankopɔn na asomdwe wɔ asase so enipa a wɔsɔ n'ani na baasa abɔfoɔ no firi wɔn nkyɛn kɔɔ soro no enyanhwɛfoɔ no kɔka kyerɛɛ wɔn ho sɛ momma yɛnkɔ Bethlehem na yɛnkɔhwɛ asɛm a aba Awurade eyi akyerɛ yɛn.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Enti ayɛ Yesu awoɔ ya ɛnam so a yɛnya aburo nyan ɛna chronicle ɛkɔtu ɛwɔ ha no sɛ ya wɔse yɛnkan ɛma yɛtiefoɔ.
Anɔpɛ me boy nyum na me hwehwe no aba be kire nyum no mu ama etie for me etie for but na me hu enti me nim se me nsam mo nyum ni bioma me nsam bo biom na kire mai why because team
me jimbro nyadio doctor was kwa me despite me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio doctor was me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio me sene so police upon me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio me sene so police upon me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio chama wuntumi me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie mi gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio chama wuntumi me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio wana boka na dia Japan we me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie mi gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio wana boka na dia Japan me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio doctor kwa kuotie me jimbro nyadia na me abua ya ma fia beto ya nia me dia to kwa kasie gina wani mo me jimbro nyadio.
So asem ni nyane se kwabena hwa nwum ya mami boya yes na edini very strategic and me say wo nye edin bia na ye boji bro nyade
wanu amu wadi na metu sere ukwajo bro nyade wa
enti edin bi wa ye mon nyi bro nyade
David obakwesi
we di obobo bobo
ya ma ne ma wutiri mu mpo
wa moni din wo
ade me ka jo we na ka jo
wa moni din wo
pasho
ai futini bi didi bi ati ati
ye ne ebo amanfo din ye wo mo ye din
wa moni din wo
me say ye mo ye din ye ebo amanfo din
and
because anyumi anope amametimi yi lie baako kadata na nkasa
ani afa but how say maame no so woni wo mu wo saa anyonkofa no nti definitely wo mu de ne bronya ade be kwa akoma ebam se bi kura ade kodada
enti mi ma akonya na wo so bo roko ana
Abakwesi
I don't know where he just I said is that what you are waiting for? Is that what you are waiting for? Yeah, once I make kai
esa na koye ko hwa turuba
Abakwesi wa wo say
na ba
se me pese me bisa doctor o say kwa me despite bronya ade
o de be mu so no say wo there be wo uroko no might not necessarily say bia doctor say kwa me despite na doctor Furisa po me say uroko no
Abakwesi me ni wo mu
ma uroko ada uroko ni mami krabre fiji mami odi ni ada na me din kra na me refi mami ni nyome boy o da bi na me boy ni nyum na me kan
ode
me che mami ode me che se ni uroko no enya wo uroko na sisi e pese
okwa na edi machi
mentuna boruko me bro nya de
omo kwa ya di omachi
osu nya unya na me musa kwabra man fa asem
nya no wo kan na me so me ka me de wo hu
kwabna
Abakwesi me timbro ya de anka ma je wa mampeni na lado
na so wa boy no ba ko
okay so that's one
come am no bo be 10
Abakwesi Omwa menu
Dramani Mahama.
I will call them.
Don't remind me.
I'll call them personally.
Mami, I don't know. No one I can't say what Adam says, Mami.
What was our new was
That's also on your more, sir.
Many was but to me, else Reno radios.
Me know your dream.
Yeah.
Me know your dream. Yeah. Me know your dream. I agree with you. I'm happy you didn't fall for Odames.
Yeah.
Incitement.
I'm happy, many also said when you didn't fall for Odames.
The devil is alive.
Yeah.
We're defeating.
We're defeating. And I think I'm a say. So far, I'm a say. There one catcher, you see. Now, you chief for you, and pain fortunate say that Felix Montiie, Director PPP, Director of Communications for PPP, Progressive People's Party, Amanyo Kona, pay Tenasi, Benjamin Jiwapia, Benghazi, and Gordon Mahama, and so Tenasi. Me who say Felix Ibabe du, and T. Omama, Mini Felix, Obertwaso, na say Yedin Command pay.
Kuno, ya owia no hoboko ebie puno no sa no. Ya odi kwatutu Neat FM.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Neat FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, na obeka. Ya jon to ma miensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Udan klanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wepi ho. O ka sa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pa no ne nom. Ye bishop fridge nom no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne ye nom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha echi ponkno.
So say yedi impense fatna se anope ye bedi nkomo mamema Felix Montiie akaba so far so no aba bedun ti enhye nkomo na se Felix akaba
enu of akwasi
yemum
akwasi se enye fa ne bio
aden
kroma yidi anope me ba me hwa fa ne afa ne ekoso a na utimu se eniema enkoye eniema ayidi ba kwasi
enkoye za because
me ba na obonwum bi san bo mami bio
e be ju bronya de
me ji bronya de
me mo
wa ka bonwum no
mami ode me mo
na yiko
zio wa be ju bronya de me mo kra mo nyum no kra
sene ya Ghana ekosesi ya no no kra ni nyame anim awurade amagye ya ehu ka woni senyo hoshi kasa no ote ni okan no osisesi ka no mo pebi kra omunya na mo di ayeden
business.
It is said private sector catch us say omunya sika mfanya business. Seka bibi drop. They say government intumi nya sika nya adwuma. Onya capital project bia ni ho a oye capital expenditure ni ho. Na private sector nso eno nso ye deprive no say ono nso nya sika dia. They say ne say ne oman no abo. Fogazi. Oman abo. Near SMP ede yakwakoto no.
Yeah.
They say na say nothing is working again. We are ground zero.
Mami MONTIE voice we na mimusa nya okenti mpese utie sa tie ni we mam na mimusa bibi.
I have a finance minister who came to this house and met us the caucus and said, look, you know what? I won't do IMF. I will not do IMF. Well, I think it's very degrading for a country like ours. But I have 2 revenue streams. Help me make it a reality that will not make us go to IMF.
And you fought tooth and nail to give him that?
Yes, you were here. 2 streams. One was e-levy. He wanted 1.5%. Haina Idrisu, the minority and co wanted 1%. Section China 1.5. We gave him the 1.5. Look at how we fought for him to pass the e-levy. Bill is not that. What happened? The projected revenues of 300 million. We only got 30 million, 10%. Yeah. The second revenue stream, property rates. Was that implemented in 2021? These are major policy failures that in any civilized democracy, Kenofurata will not stand on his feet. Why are we entertaining such nonsense? Excuse my French. Why are we? What have we got against him as a person? You brought something to us. We are talking about those issues, and you forget about this issue. You want to insist somebody in their constituency just because you have failed.
It's not because you are frustrating them.
No, who's frustrating them? I stood. You saw us in the chamber.
Yeah, I did.
Fighting our NDC guys to pass the e-levy. You saw us. You saw us there. So what haven't you done for Kenofurata to succeed as a as a finance minister? And I said, posterity will judge us. If this thing is personal, posterity will judge us. If this is about the soul of this party, posterity will judge us.
Eugene Boachenchi, Subin Mashebe Junior.
Yes, Fogazi, and Rami Tieno, Miss Sanko say Joy News, and a yes, interview.
Yeah, to them. Credit to them.
Share, and Miss Share, and a Massia share, and a Miankasama Facebook, Masha, eti. Now, me taking the roots, if he baby 98 members of parliament, a cocoa can say, Apano, Umfi, Abenuan.
Yeah.
Now, in fact, from me, fresh legs, then the manage affairs of the finances of this country. I intermediate when you man. Now, you hear Nipebia or more MPP more, they will speak through to power. They will speak through to power. To say on. Now, Abua, I'm a buying to me take a drastic decision. There were some of these matters. Grow. This year, fish na dia to ground zero. The moment I announce to the external bondholders, say you suspended payment of your debts. See that ground zero cry. We have nothing. We just say we have collapsed the economy. Economy, you are collapsing. Be bien koso, and you should be worried as a state. So we say we have debt restructuring. So only a TUC for statement on what they buy. Say 27. All trade unions eco strike because of a single demand. Say, who yet programmer? Who say, no, and a bit to me.
Me who TUC for statement.
You can want some.
Yeah, but me who TUC for.
If I go see me to me, I can kind the amount.
Yes, yeah, but no, so but my mama, union to akwa ni medin komo.
Mama, see. Yeah. The manus in Yasima make I say.
Because your baby as a major topic.
It's a major topic. Make I say. The moment fine opposition ya can't find Yajuma untia. The moment ya one cast from within. A raise concern. This is show care kakra. Pay attention kakra. Now tie Sanya Bear continue to bring that hardship on Ghanaians. What is it? Eugene Ahi, I can say 2 major revenue streams. They had to fight for you because that's the way your finance minister was say and no the Wama Unya Day, Unco IMF. Nina, you failure. That's a Nina, you failure. Any civilized society, serious society, reckon for that out. So these are the issues.
Okay.
As they address.
Right. Felix Mante and our team Kamamima Benghazi Akwaba MPP and Gordon Mahamas of NDC and so say Benghazi Akwaba.
Of a darling boy. Now question funny I feel see.
And there's Kokakra.
Jack, who took on too much.
Men took on
too much. I would say no corner or dead. No way.
Say near Bobo. Call me Bobo.
You walk over. Anyway, you walk over.
Major.
Now, okay, yeah, feel my girls who actually were cheap. Come on. Wabwe my day pa. Na yemfa in chia kesi mu den emma we tiefo baby a we fidi kesi ekokoduru. Na minchia minia Felix ene minia my hammer. In fact, I'm excited say nyamia ya doma Yesu Kristo ne na woda anamanta ewumi manti bi ese nyina ye hwe na ye toto ye nneoma yi san say Kristo bewu bae no obewu ma ye nyina na ne nkwaje na sisi a ye nyina ye hwe so se ne yebetumi aya yebetumi akọ eja ne nchen ti anope de minchia MPP mpanimfo nyina na minchia me akasa me ma me madam oboshi sai kofi na minchia the field marshal ono so owo MPP mu anope me de nchia sonko na me de ma despite media mpanimfo omo edi akotene wo mu pa ewo so urban media journalism ana bibisa na mo ya de pa ye mbom abaso anope na me ba Felix seden said nneoma mu ayeden inti wofa nneoma eba back yi enye ni jesem andra me wa to the stand say over enkofo bi a minim so mo ye known NDC fo e wo Facebook edin nam say dollar na ekosuro eye ni jesem omo over dollar na eba for ma emama ye nyina esa tumi omu penti no de bia omu pese ye hwe ase ade ne ye ho sa okroma iti dollar no nkosoro na bibia nkosoro na obi ahwo nkyere no na NDC fo ne de omu di ahurusi ade omu nye Ghana fo ana omu wo Facebook ena omu kase dollar no akosoro meanwhile dollar no wo fom na say aboges bia mi minimum omu fi abokira ba omu nyina omu so omu ko this week because sika omu de ba san komu de ba be di bronya no abra na dollar no wosoro no ena omu bu sika no so omu de ba omu ba ya dollar e from within a week or 2 year dollar e from omu nyina so omu sika na enso into omu san so ayeden akọ back na ofane ya me ya ne say transport aba for me enkofo binum still edwadifo omu wo market ye ma menom ye be sremo ye pamocho montete nneoma so bronya ya ba se 1 city cramp na afi so a transport omo you almost about 2 city afi petrol so this week esanso ko form bio inti guta ye sremo ye pamocho momma ebusuafo ene enkofo omu wo krom hanom no omu entumi di bronya yi se mekọ na se mi ankasa minim se na nsen ba ye omutu enuomam ba ye no ebi omuton no 20 cities a sisi a petrol abafom inti ye besre se ba ye no e o 21st na o 20 a moma ne mbra be 15 cities efa maye ni enya bi ntoni efendi bronya no
okay
yesre mo ofa we de mefo we fidi kase so na yasre ye maamenom se petrol no mate so no mekọ ba bia omo still prices ni the same.
Idasi. Gordon, akwaba.
Enu yaminia.
Enu yamum se.
Obade na adome we na so.
Yegusi.
Ne ba ha na check akra. Na school sense munti na say. You go off media for some time. Menya concentration day.
Yeah.
Esu ya dey achoro yen exam. Nyame adom.
Mekoye bi kra.
It has come to an end. Nyame ase. Menu ya me fa akonya we sunsu na me congratulate me national communication officer lawyer Sami Jemfi. Andra Nyankopon adom. He has been called to the table of men naturally. I hope and pray say the union no be one of the best. If I don't know, will point positive fingers at to wish to be like them. My enquire the other way round. That's what I pray for him because he's a very gentleman who I always pray. Say, never be koye amano. Minchi NDC phone na. I mean, a quick one. You see, I have one thing that maybe I make. So maybe tena haka say MPP phone na say nanado wabon. And I said MPP phone na say nanado omo ne ho modern a. My vague statement. I say me to me specific. Inti me nua Bengazi. Facebook, social media now can a vague statement. So we are authentic of Nkofua. Mayor Okasa, this is one of the things I don't like about you. My info boomer, it's here for. At least a bear for sale bet my body ba kumi nubi. But sell Obeka Yaira Koku hasn't made that statement because many of your friends. But you see, many of them, my main cast in Minchero. Social media, I could say, young traditional media. Unti BBBA course day in day out via in our system no. We report. That ya traditional media a report and you report to one. Unti say eniyema ba fem na you report here. You expect so what betra uploaded nkofo mo appreciate.
Anya no kreda.
Say e course ron so a na you report here e normal. But aside or maybe so just a simple question. One kasa your last point say eniyema enko fem ye. So you admit say still nyeme mu
e no ma conform ma hama mesrel me nua no me pa so me se nyoma conform nti ye ma me no monti nyoma so e wodwa so over kwesi anya so na me kan oh ma hama
eniyema akofem
yes
nti ye ma me mo enti eniyema so eniyema be no monti so eniyema o ka say akofem ye petrol but
enye petrol ya ma hama enye petrol ya na ma nyoma koso. No, you didn't come on.
Any man I refer to no. I am marketing near my any petrol. It who admit to say yes, full or abafem. Now so prices of goods still I was so. And I'm a boy. And I know that Timmy full on yepe. Because nipa do sign that of fango. Mimi wa ha nika anti min to fango. Dia Yesu ni say Gesia na nka 2016 me turn 3 Ghana cedi ande Gesia soap 10 Ghana cedi. At least ebeba fe.
Ese wan kasa.
I don't know tiefuo any memufuo eka. You get me? Okay. But on my last point, you see, if Ubefa exchange rate $1 to 4 cedi 20 pesos. Now as at $100 12 Ghana cedi. How do I praise you? Because America here 4 cedi 20 pesos. No.
Monkasa Bengazi.
Yeah, sometimes.
You are growing.
You see, Ubefa 4 cedi 20 pesos. As at Endra, now 12 Ghana cedis. Bosha mo de share Ghana for ne say. Mo wo magic ne say, mo mane nkosrumpo 1 Ghana cedis. It is until say mo de beba the same 4 cedi 20 pesos. And now say ebe call less than 4 cedi 20 pesos. For me, you've done nothing because that is not the promise you gave the people of Ghana. Aside that, no, Saba Fema, the reason why I said dollar kosrua, mean we kemu ni say, a kosrua nema boye tin. Inti Saba Fem ne say, yentiminti nema so mame hu haimia. Why do I praise you? Beside that, this dollar sama omokano, a cosmetic, artificial. Because and the more I'm say, you won't pay all your debt. Imribia buying person to your debt biano. Or say Ghana cedi nu bebre into foreign currency. No, they are caught to ne debt. But in this case, so if you are not spending, now they are bafema. What policy have you put in place? The only policy you have put in place is yentia. Why in your policy? When you are there, you praise him ye. Into Bengazi, let us know policies and programs are. Mudia gua kwemu ama the supposed dollar no abafem. But the only reason I mean him say musimuntia for the first time in Ghana's history, I buying I got bankrupt to the extent say wow okadina or see ontia. This is what I mean the Bengazi we should be worried about.
Okay, may that say Godwin Mahama of this in our training camp. Yense and common as say Anope Yeni a Ghana Medical Association Titreni ma a omo Greater Accra regional branch edi enkomo ni nyina FIA asema boboba the Health Workers Union and organized labor and some of my shasi womo kika se womo artist Ghana's domestic debt exchange program no yɛne IMF nhyehyɛ a yɛyɛ no aban ɛde ne sa akɔ akɔka ɔmo pension funds aban nim na so ɔde ne sa ka ɔmo pension funds ɔmo aka kyerɛ aban so ɔmo hyerɛ sɛnea wɔyɛ ma wɔmo yɛ treasury bill yɛte si yɛba abɛyɛ biribi haircut aban ka sɛ dabi ɛnka ankorankora sika ɛne ne ɛka ho no wɔnyɛ saa ma ɔmo pɛpɛɛpɛ ma ɔmfa ne nsa ɛnka ɔmo sika biaa na aban ayɛ sɛ wɔmfie ɔmo aban ɛmfie ɔmo deɛ a wɔmo so ɔmo ba abɛte atua nti anɔpɛ yi the health workers unions various health workers unions yɛhwɛ sɛ yɛdi nkɔmmɔ ne yɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu wɔmo de communicate ana krataa ɛde apie Ghana Medical Association for ɛka ho Ghana Medical that's Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, Health Service Workers Union of TUC Ghana, and a Government and Hospital Pharmacies Association. Wamo kahon, wamo ba betia. Sa enso ena no pay yeni mudi nkomo yase clock sag. Aban akrachi for wamo so ba betia. And na Felix Yimi asuche wa hanum say TUC so enso say wamo ma ban 1 week ultimatum. Na watwe aban en yomu and exempt yomu pension funds from the debt exchange program. And yet, one so mobile because strike. And only come out this year. Sir, a year strike here, Ebobe on debt restructuring program. Alex.
Minu kwesi. Aminchi Progressive People's Party chita for parliament ya. Ya we interview na ya friend national chairman no kebi mum na tie ni ya na ekoso.
Ante.
Asema o kan SSC ano. The various unions I shall say the statement any directives omo. Then I shall say na Bekayati a press conference. And on my deadline. A facade debt restructuring a binds the ultimate and hookent. Opinion konenim. Na emo nyesika wotimi atuano. Na TUC eka se onyi pension in free moon and at 7 days 1 year. On the chance some more tintesi koko. On the 20th of December year, TUC statement on the letter on the ma omo. Organized labor groups nyina na kwesi. Ewa he me kan achiro. Distribution here all organized labor groups. Notice of a general strike. At a meeting held at the Trade Union Hall in Accra on Monday 19th December 2022, the leadership of organized labor decided to embark on an indefinite strike from 27th December 2022 if government fails to exempt pensions funds from the domestic debt exchange program. The government failed to accede to our demand, that is exemption of the pensions fund from the domestic debt exchange program. All workers will be required to pay at home. We are by this letter requesting all organized labor groups to inform their members and notify their employees accordingly. We count on your cooperation. Yours faithfully for organized labor, Dr. Yao, Secretary General. And inti, and I who say NMC, and I was from saying Ghana Medical GMC, GMA,
yeah,
and Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwife Association, and the allied health workers, a Kahun United, almost statement, you know, I then at the Abba, and your monko, and I issue such a statement at the Iodine at the Amma of Akwasi. Another group are also doing a statement at the Abba General Transport, Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union of TUC Ghana. Almost statement almost the Abba based on TUC, the body, mother body, no, a statement on the buy. And he said, dear brothers, all workers covered by GTPCWU of TUC, dear brothers, notice of a general strike We submit hereby or herewith copy of a letter we received from the Secretary General of TUC on behalf of organized labor, dated 20th December 2022, on the above subject matter for the attention of all workers. As a national union, we entreat all our members to be fully involved in this call for the strike action on 27 December 2020 in order to defend our pension funds, which are already very low from the domestic debt exchange program to the expectation of workers in this country. By a copy of this letter, we wish to inform all our employees to recognize and respect this directive, counting on your fullest cooperation in that regard. Signed, Husseini Idris, General Secretary of General Transport, Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union of TUC, Ghana. Other for Natifo Nagrat, other bodies ni nara. And you know, the question I mean, besides, the Panama buying it on pension, sell ultimately pension in free debt exchange. I just want to find out.
As it so, I mean, Wakasa.
So, Mama, ultimatum, deadline, so you know, there's no outcome. Feedback, Papa, BMI. So, it definitely, a child will say, silence means what? Maybe I would ujina. And so, Obabe catch me because me I didn't my Sunday second I say, ye free. Any Arabian now can say we are engaging. It means baby I would ujina. Now more coming in and say, just do your debt exchange. But specifically, pension you free because we don't saka pension ya obe ha adwuma for because already pension no cry it will be. Okay, see.
I said yeah dream hon so I know so to saying. A cool way I saw the yen film. A cool way so sorry. And now be I saw the yen film. At the end of the day, the purpose in tea about time tea buying so the yes idea way. Yeah, who are chim. Isika seven koye. Intimin to car. And measures need be near mum di go acquaint between me at me I idea. And no sir.
And you are which and until now be chow many. I could say one who myself be woo. What should I see men cuckoo? Find the proper means of solving the problem. And one will be a person or tea. A child say direction now, all course say, no now full say best solve the problem. It won't solve the problem. It better rather compound the problem. But you solve a problem to create another problem. We don't do that. And then who data bank let her know move you. Some workers say,
yeah,
or they are going to close down all their offices because I a handicap in fulfilling the demand and obligation also by our customers.
Yeah,
into no more working from home.
They can come at you for
San say they are being threatened.
Yeah,
no more train for government. You can't say sustainability fund now. Also, a person or they ban and san maybe on between meeting obligations, sir. And I'm reading letter and baby I'm reading will be posted baby say hey okay banking sector cleanup
sure
the financial institutions call liquidity challenges Bank of Ghana ne sec finding it prudent to collapse all of them. Apart from that you try say you introduce what do you call it GAT no be seen ubisa most of the financial institutions say it's not functional because they are not getting anything from GAT. What the financial sustainability whatever program at the EBA say how will it be financed? What say government of Ghana any development partners as to how much these particular two groups are also finance fund this sustainability way now and also we don't know. We don't know. So what did the budget now? It is not in there, say. Yeah, the anything called sustainability, debt sustainability, whatever, a bit me abua. Financial institutions are go into this due to this debt exchange program. It It has only been announced in passing. So what is the guarantee? The senior got anya juma papa and Nestala, most of the financial institutions are struggling. No? Similarly, so where are we heading? Yeah, asema yeka and say yes, Ghana ewo crisis. And until the Standard & Poor's are downgrading here to default, saying we have nowhere else to go. Yeah, that ground zero. And until you better ground zero, I mean one Ghana and yet Obako for there. Yes, only you have to Obama and say lead the country, lead the state. Baby, I have no. Say and Tiasebe ye Juma Mabaya etumie yin ho free and chichiri a wachichiri ni ho yi mu a. The only solution is about this is the time for you to call for a consultative meeting. Round table discussion, bipartisan, all inclusive. Abusue yakota melemu to on mine. Yes, me na me di enu but enye me nkwa me dia. Government should demonstrate humility, no threat people to the table to discuss a solution out of this problem. Ni sese wonom eye eno no. Se wo hia e dom no bia de na dwene ba se on mine ni aye komu nyina problem ya ye hunu nyina no efi sese yentimi generate enough revenue. And it is a fact. And you want to generate enough revenue when unti na wontumi nya sika mfentua wo hwaka. The one man for table who need discussing the way out on so I won't yet. What they want pay patapa kiti finance minister resigning one kasa uncle for say free abenya so what's a one yet. Wow, free ho. Francophone so metra table who need drinking mobile who kwaya befa so ebe je o man so a. Wo for say unkwa wadwene unkwa na nyansa ewo wutri. And a da problem na that wo so agu yeso. Near ye we are debt restructuring near where nyina no. The best thing this president and this government and this finance minister knows to do is to be borrowing.
1 minute, Nisi.
And untino or po kwanya or befa swa. Obenya kwanya se akọ capital market honum. Was akọ business agu yeso bi. Because other than that, I don't see any reason why you'll be struggling yourself, say, oh, we are debt restructuring, and then you have access to go and borrow again. What is it for? Why are we doing this? Why? Call a bipartisan approach and a multi-partisan approach. Francophone to the table. Because share baby now you're in mind. You solution to the problem.
Okay.
Okay, but for here, I did could be a focusing my man see and our budget and Parliament. A casawo revenue a ibi ananka buying person called the buffer drivers tax or person introduce na omubugui because me my car several times say
yeah
almost say uko renew license I will be provided tax certificate clearance certificate. I disagree totally with the minority and honorable say asare so e ka so am and the year free yes omo year free. But the problem na me wo ho aye say the approach no and na enye because obi a wo man no bi asese opia income tax. This we adwuma you need to pay. But you don't have to use say bia copy tax clearance certificate and sign we renew license.
Embacho si.
Aban no ewo a means emra wo hodada. A GRA asese om hu kwan be fa so a on be expand ma taxi drivers ni on a driver for our commercial ebitimi atua because over the years you argue say let artisans pay taxes. The GRA must devise proper mechanisms on between me driver for taxes, income tax, nabua.
Okay.
Then yes, I compare tax clearance certificate. So I disagree with minority for someone can say, oh, yen from. No, because ordinary taxi driver. Who is ordinary taxi driver? Obi and minimum wage in 14 cedis no on own to your tax. But taxi driver earn more than 14 cedis a day. So what we are doing to ourselves now? It won't help us. They say, if the government is lost of ideas,
Alex,
all
right,
to a table, let us discuss the issue. You better find a solution to help this country to rise up again. Now, the economy there,
Medasi, Bengazi, we na yenhwe organized the labor and semi any strikes because of a pension funds almost aban exempt you aban yom free ewo yes yenhye ni IMF yewo mu
Look, when we come here, it's very important, sir. Minia Felix, Obehu say, Amembu na yebuno, and that form. Na enye enkulagro. Inti sebe obana se obetna hanoma Felix. Mane clear.
Can dear number cho
me.
But
because say Minia Felix anytime be obaba habi.
Empacho can dear.
He seems to be ridiculing the government.
Empacho be brave. Bengazi. Can dear.
Over. Asema Minia Felix the tune again nyina ye tiefu etie nyina. Every discerning Ghanaian odwene o man ho. Ebe hu se nokre. Ye wa ho kiremre. Ye wa ho kiremre mu no. Se wo ba na se wo be ha wani. Na baby ese ye de nokre to no wa fa nto de a. Na kire se wo ha etiefo a sebe wonum ewo foma omukọ akoye omadwuma ne ade nyina no. Wonsem bi a omuka ba na omutena trotro mu ebinum di omudwa ebinum tena omustores ne anu omutie anope no. Omewu say ne wo kanu you are leading me in the wrong path. And why am I saying so? Why am I saying so? Over kwasi ne kra nyame anim. Baby aye duru no, oman na duru no. Ye wa ho hiem. Oman pani kra ne aba bekasa. Sebe enwema mu ayeden e di ama oman Ghana. Na enye Ghana nko a eye wiase afa na nyina. And look, over I am really grateful to Ghanaians omo wa abuchi. Ghana for no ma sebe omo wa abuchi a. Anka ye no ma ye wo fie ha no ma anka every month bi anka mefrɛ me uncle a wo Chicago. Na maka kire me uncle say uncle sisi enuma mu nye. Mesra wan ka be mane me bibia for Western Union na. Na anka mekwa akoyi na anka meso ebia me de akwa akotua me hostel fees. Ana uncle mekwa akwarente baby foforo. Inti send me bibi kakra na memfa anya den memfa nko enso me sika so na memfa nko rente. Me uncle wo Chicago ka kire me say akwasi sisi a America enuma nyina asai enuma mu ayedin e wa America hanom anka first every month be am $100 for Western Union ode me this time of akwasi me no ka say me nya $1 cra from me uncle wo Chicago nche because of Fremia o kire nuama mu kire me say yare boni a eba ye any Ukraine Russia war yi edim sunsun boni aba wiase afa na nyina so enti ne kura enye Ghana nko na nuama mu ayeden na abochirefo na Ghana fo mu abochire omo Germany Japan bebia obi afra oka but so wunya leader sebi odwene Ghana fo ho na oni aba abekasa na say our president ekokohia edwadifo Asia Forest Bureau for Asia Guta for Asia one more Mufa Petrol Bakrom, like all the trading organizations that work Roma Hanum nyina. Omuma Yabrabo Ekoso Ekroma Hanum no Osi omu nyina no no kasai. Wafa on debt restructuring. This is a way to go. Sabe wafa. Usika ba be dimi ho. O 10 cedi aba be dimi ho no wafa. Na oje o 10 cedi. Instead of say, make a chira will say offer. 10 cedi need you mean tia crown, usika no san kabio no crown. Mr. Offer, every man to be ano, mema 2 cedis. Because make a chira will say 10 cedi no, menya no mudia maudia, mean to me. But imom, me fuck one be so, busumu be ano, mema 2 cedis. To say met you 10 cedi nevi. Offer, make us say a macabone. Nyabotre. You, when you come here, let me tell you something. It seems that you have not read the KPMG report on how the banks collapse. It is all better now. That's a KPMG report, you know. Catching a Ghana for how the banks collapse now. You haven't read the report. I'll forgive you, Minia Felix. I'll forgive you. Now let me continue. Over. Usika bedimi honum. 10 cedi. Na ma ye kokoti say, oh, over kwasi abwani usika no mintua bio, ne obeye bia ye. Over how would you feel? On the other side, Mr. Overquesi, Mr. Mepacho, Usikane de, Menyamau, Sisia de Noma Moya de. But every month, Biano, Busumi Biano, Memo 2 cities. To say me kwakutia, certain city nevi. But still, I can't make dear, and I may buy to ya the amount. Sana buying this year. But me dear, no crania meaning, if I'm putting where truth lies there, I need to be frank. Pensioners here, dear, send your government in say or engage your mono offer. Empire may ban say, a buying into your musufre. Na minim se ma ban ya ban a otie timemufo sufre. Onfa na so enko nkodi baabi. Ana sebe on ma meka nkyere wonu ma omusu pensioners ana so wonu ma omopese omuyi omuzika ne fimu no. On ma meka nkyere omo se omuyi ono no de oyodwanfunu. President Akufo-Addo is a listening president. Enu na ma Ghana fo nya ne mugedie de bia no. Se ahohiahia yakomukura no. Eye den a nkakra papa ebeyi yafim na se $1 ne den yehu dollar me no ka say dollar within 2 weeks dollar abafom petrol ya tete so enuoma a start say ebafom omu se yemfi mu de but na se akura no IMF fo aboya baso say the we ya ye tutu ye enuoma ye no sika sebe edo omo puno se so omo de bema ye no akwa kodru staff level engagement here ya menya adoma ya sabe kaska no na se ankenye prudent management ye rakenoforiata sebe enkofo bi atie sim se omo mpam no a media meni omo nya adwen ofa no krenya me ni meni omo nya adwen esan se papa yi oba ye ne mbode mbo na ma oman akwa kodru ba bi a ye drui anka ebetete apansam kra me na meka kyerɛw it could have been worse. But Yaminti and a Jedia Ghana for our President Akufo-Addo munti no. Minim say and Roma start to say to ye no. Yami adum na yasaka IMF sikanon soa. And Roma ebe de dana kwemo. 2023 over is going to be a very good year for Ghanaians.
Right.
Esan say afi de ya fem wankasa President nankasa nim say ya fem. Obi biara wo krom hanum se ya femu pa.
Okay.
Inti ya besre se Ghana for mu koso amunya President Akufo-Addo. Mujede or say we know how to get back to the economy or how to recover from the economy. What we do not know and then say nipa wu a ye to me fa omo sanso mba life. But economy ne there no kwanya me anymore. Bring it back to life.
Medasi, that's Benjamin Jehu appear of NPP now in Kenya. I mean Godwin Mahama NDC na minti ono so pension funds organized labor sema wa modeto mampeni ni NPP aban ni se sa ye nhihya ye ni IMF ye CCI ye ka ho nhihya ni ne ka ho mo sanka aban fan sanka pension funds minti o
ofa Minchi NDC phone no manya mere at the ATA NITFM anopawe. Now offer. I keep asking this simple question. Oye Ghana ni now TMA. Ushia MPP ni bia no catch us say dollar no ba fema. Bisa ne say policy ben no mudi egu akwemu ama dollar no ba fem. Na bisa ne say COVID ana COVID gusu ewo ho. Komiri bi etwemu ni na omo reason ni na ne say COVID and Russia Ukraine and man niema atete apansam. But now me no ka say World Health Organization including the Ghana Health Service hasn't announced that COVID does not exist. COVID gusu wo ho ye gusu record cases. The question is say ane mani gusu wo ho nti den pa na ban ni die gu akwemu ama what they want us to praise them of, we should praise them. That's a simple question. Ubi sana, ube say he or she will be jitrina unto me ma answer because maka if you refuse to pay your debt, there happen say you are prevented from say ube carry cedis bebre. I exchange it into dollars. So there is less pressure on your money. Obviously no. dollar no ebe depreciate na cedi no a appreciate omo nya bibia magically trade union nsema omo TUC nsema omo kan for me wofa mini won adwene 101%. Ana obi bia na se any association bia ombe sorry say ma aban ne mfa ne nsa enka omusike bia no me support 100%. Because wofa dem bisa ye ho say den na ma ya bedu bebi a ya ba bedu no eye mismanagement, incompetence and a wasteful expenditure and na ma ya ba bedu bebi a ba bedu a enne innocent Ghanaians pensioners ska and adani relief aye pese ye de yensa eka. That shouldn't be the case. Because at the time mumpoa wofa as at enne Mampeni is still bent say or the minu skaba go see Cathedral. At the time all part say or yet debt structuring. At the time ye defaulty I see ye ntua. Nti now bisa won say so aban ne dwene me ne ho. Ana say niema omususu say eyema won e na omo dwene ho. And this is very serious. This is the time man can himself buying the back expenditure so. But at the same time, sunu at that same time, no, and near my fam for so be a mreye in many muano. And a buy no pushes up or sending all resources on. That is the problem. And I think TUC and all labor unions, for me, they must even go beyond issuing of releases. There will be apart from releases. Yes, stronger than releases. And I say, even for striker, I will support them day in, day out. Because the incompetence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. And to me, mami nuanum timemu for papa no mami num and kukurafo merwafo. That is where they feed daily. I want ejuma my 60 years. Omusika omunya omode tu kakaka no omunyeska. Aban webaji abenwa no. Now we were not at where we are today. Aban webaji abenwa no. Now we were able to go to the Eurobond market to borrow. Because now the economy was robust. Aban we ebaji abenwa no. Now yetimi tua yenka. Nti now bisa won say abengu amobaji ye na amose na enyemponu na mukọ Eurobond market amutimi jiska. Kufuor spent 8 years in government. Oboro 750 million at the Eurobond market. John Mahama spent 4 years 6 months. Oboro 3.5 billion. Now the Dankwa Akufo-Addo spent 6 years. We borrow close to I think 15 billion at the Eurobond market. Aden. Asema ebisa se den amudi sika na yentia. Sika no entimi emma yentimi nyina brane. Because you have borrowed more than any other government. Sika ababe ka monsa no ese na ban bia. Nti ba ne say na yedu bebi a yedu no. It's not like mobile na sika niyo. There was money. The time of COVID wafa na domestic revenue. We exceeded our domestic revenues in 2 years in a row. Inti me no omuka say COVID impono na yem budget in terms of tax revenue kwapono na yetimi nyaboro. Oya revenue monya sin aban bia. Eurobond market monya sin aban bia. Inti no the fact is that as for resources there aban we enya sin aban bia. Inti ba ne saying na yedu baby a afi ekaba do kuru yen a SMP ene edi at danglodi yen to default ye niska we have nothing country no akọ bankrupt na me nua akasa o se Ken Oforiata won muso mun yi nunu or disagree with them. Ken Oforiata the worst finance minister Ghana ya experience On the first, unless somebody wants to tell me otherwise. Say, Yenya finance minister, people have activated essential on him. Finance minister, parliament activated essential on him. The KWASI yani say, MPP MPs omuya double standard. MPP MPs omuya men enough. That for Nana Danko Akufo-Addo to deceive them. Until later, Subin MP realizes say they have been deceived. And then they are yani because they were men enough physically. But as at that time, they lost their boss. They lost their boss. Because in 98, agenda 98 for the year press conference, the Omuka and say, Omuka say, one per Ken Oforiata. But a minute bar say, they should activate their assediano, then Omuye, and Omujai, and Kra, Omu the man say, Munkona Munko to Abayi Ken Oforiata because on Mwagana, they left their constituent, and Omufi parliament. And then these same MPs, less than 2 weeks, and in the radio and the TV, so I can say Ken Oforiata is not the best man. Now they find the Amman Wood. Where was the Amman Wood on that day? Now they found the Amman Wood. You see, no quarry wa Benghazi Yanka minimsa wa benim. Into sometimes you have to manage in maybe. But me now him say Ken Oforiata has mismanaged this country.
Okay, see.
What say on mine no? Because economy you hand you over mama and that same economy not yet me etuaka. That same economy we didn't touch pension fund. What is happening? Okay. The long and short on they say as for strike within their remit. Say omu esusu say bibi enko ya on activity strike. So media in the first place, if the strike is in accordance with law, for me, fine. And let's see ebisa the first question. 2, reasons for they cause strike, So and I say for me, obi incompetence cannot come and affect obi a lifetime ending. No.
All right.
So the long and short is that as for Nana Danko Akufo-Addo abayin, they have to call for a round table discussion. But I end with this. Saban way ewo GDA war any other Ghanaian apart from MPP for. The chance say you afraid by partisan approach to this, and then they would have called it MPP aban have just one mind. Unkom huwa nyansa ni adwene de. You don't have it. It is them alone. And the do baby and ye do no.
Me da say ye ko enim na ye ba behwe mpenfo sem ra hye for mama omumuso. Omumuso no matimi apase the budget, in fact, appropriation. Yebema aban finance minister. Ho kwan no din sabetimi aboy sikem na ne pese edi bia dwumedi bia pese edi no omatimi edi say dwuma no. But issue still to pay few more about the fact that e-levy CCI ateso from 1.5% above 1%. Na nka dom kuma na pese threshold no beba from yangi 100 Ghana cedi say bia 100 Ghana cedis betimi affect you in your kaka o send this car from 100 Ghana cedis ko betimi affect you but no ain't me anko siaga again 2.5% VAT increment and so about VAT yatum eco 2.5%. Then the issues about enkomodi about this national cathedral 80 million Ghana cedis bianke de ko national cathedral dom kumanet me akun na CCIM say finance minister Ban Asisana Adrian say well we'll push it into other areas. Communication near them said there are other sectors. Yeah, the ASS can be called saying may back na Benghazi machasi if you so. But before that, it here for so I drink be about what's happening. So making kind of cram farmer wait here for Pichi Brim Abraham call Clock SAG and Health Workers Union. Why this decision? You are not the only people that the IMF bailout has affected. The whole nation, no employment in the public service in 2023. So please calm down, especially the health workers that are Pichi Brim and not the way ed by OPK Patriotic Voices. Gosso says the Domahini should stop the hypocrisy on the National Cathedral because when Mahama gave chiefs V8 cars and cars to university girls in his during his time, why didn't he stop that? don't know why I read that stuff, but maybe I just wanted to read that part and maybe correct you. Do you have any proof that Mampini the cars become yes. Sometimes we send a message, I know I send in a bit to me. Well, on the Chiefs one, that's okay. But the girls one, I bet that's really below the belt. Enoch Asamanka says the NPP took over power with lies and propaganda, and today the reality of governance has exposed them. Mismanagement and reckless borrowing and spending have brought us to where we are today. NPP never again. Enoch Asamanka say Enodifree Enodibai. No the ark builder Kokomulimle says Kwasi, is it not Sami Jemfi who vowed in 2019 that if John Mahama does not become the president, he would not get married? Why is he gotten married now? That's no the ark builder and no Diwe Edibai. Please call someone from the finance ministry to explain the issue of pension funds which will be affected by debt exchange program. And again, I want to know if the fund managers were consulted or not, that you didn't add your name and where you're sending us the message from. Remember to add your name and maybe I'll different. Shiftman Aton Sukuma say, I must commend the NPP General Secretary Justin Kodia Frimpong for hitting the nail right on the head on these NDC new executives. I believe that Ghanaians know the NDC from Adam, and we will not entrust our peace in their hands again. That Shiftman Atonsu and Odifree and Odebai. We see, ask organized it says organizational leaders for me. They are saying that the government did not consult. So I'm sure, well, you're talking about the organized labor. They're saying government did not consult them before taking the decision. Did they also consult the members before doing what they are doing? All these strikes will affect us the more. That Ousu, Edifree, Medina, and Odebai. Need 100.9. Ghana Muntie Sunu Asogwe. Yamkwe, Yambo Wait, Totonia, Yanian, Bengazi.
Over.
Yes, budgets.
Okay. Over. I mean, Ekobiana democracy here, ne foundation. Edrum maybe say budget or more approval. So more the court, baby a democracy na ankasa statifi, which is the parliament. Na omo approval sika the next year no na afine die nim no omo de bedi dwuma ewo roma hanom. Over no kranya me anim, I must say about 70% Ghanaians are Christians. Over. But we have yeni bibia esi honoma ebetre say ampa Ghana for 70% are Christians. And in fact, on the National Cathedral offer, look, I say Ghana for nyina who say Nyankopon ne Ghana di ni ye. Mosha maye twa ye ho asie nyina. Bobaku a sebe civil war ensi omu. One country pe a etwa ye ho asia anye ku a civil war. What dear me sir. But for the past 20 years, and as I said, for the past 25 years, over asumjia nyankopon di ache oman no mimi gidi se si edanase ekwan be so ne be fan danase sa National Cathedral na ye besi no eno ene ye betumi di ade nyame ase na mimi de I'm not shocked. Say nyankopon project ye bibi di ade nyankopon ase na binumu tu huntosuo ibinum so nsisi yesi esi ekosi schools esi ekoya hospitals nipa who problems there and what they be over. We cannot solve all existing problems within the human fraternity. We cannot. As ye baby, see ye de yadia manyankopon ya de dana say one pempenso no man Ghana babedru ya minji ni se so bia object minji ni se so bia botugu na mom ye nyina ye mbomode na nka ye contribute You make sure say ya yes adeɛ no de ahyɛ Nyankopɔn animonyam. Esa say Nyankopɔn ne ɔman Ghana di ne ye. Ye kokoto aba. De bia ye befi mu no na bibia asomdwe aba. Ni awa lusu na tene ho ase, ni awa wini na konanim. All the time. Now do say yanka say to me and ye de yana. To me nyina awurane awurade. Ono na wa hwe ye so akopim saa pempensi. Enti say ko parliament na committee ni so omonte ase a. Media ne America ne say we should let it get to the chamber. But I know say nyame ayesom no will definitely let this through. Unim ne ayame ya. Na say NDC fo kwakoyo mo congress yi. Na ye Roman Penny aba be gina honom say Ghana fo bia and contribute ahe 10 Ghana cedis and former NDC fo no mo fan koye omo congress Roman Penny dada and kanu mo beka say Ghana fo mo nyina ye contribute ni fancy National Cathedral ne fa hye nyame anumonyam no o say Ghana fo contribute no mo fan koye omo congress na sa se mi nyina no in all things or say one more dear Radit Eddie or Monimicano, a radin do almost shamboda. Intermediate American say over budget. Almost say Anka Mofa, yes, he can be Eddie Aqua Yeno. Media Yamia Juma dear, I say Koso. Ghana for Sabi Wempa go through individual donations. Ebetumi aboa ema sa project no akoso no minji ni se woni wo fiefo Nyankopon re be fi wuda se sabi omu si nyame fie ana omu si National Cathedral ye de adaga na asia woni wabusua e contribute ye e de share sa project no mu ema Nyankopon ni project ne ba so a Nyankopon be hira woni wabusuafo nyina bako because nia oye nyame adwuma no onu na nyame hira no enti me sre Ghana fo nyina se eko parliament po no mubotu go a ye almost about 70% of Ghanaians are Christians muma yen ka yen sam bubom ni fa hye rade anu nyam na rade be hira ye
MONTIE Godwin so budget 3 key issues say VAT 2.5%, National Cathedral homes and 80 million Ghana cedis and Kanan community akoshemu CCR de woman koshemu 1.5% e-levy revised or matiaba from CCR 1%. Mintio
Minia Mamen fa we fi di kesi we so na menda minority ase say emre ye wo mu no nye mere pa emre aban say ye ni sika ye di betua won a ye di omoka emre ye wo mu ye emre a ye maame no mo abobra 60 years e keep your musika kakra aban say oye de e fe debt restructuring into no de nsa aka akoka no. This is the time a minority almost this is not the time as I say just spend niska into brick and mortar in the name of National Cathedral. And I think say are very reasonable. Obi bia eji tumu say in as much say Ghana are dominated by the Christian religion, no Bible na mayeti asese enye all about brick and mortar. Don't person da nyame ase a. Na se wo fi akoma mu fa. Wo betinya danase. Obesom enya brick and mortar. Na if you impone say person wo see brick and mortar mana. Offer. E say wo use transparency. Enya krono kwan so. Because odi manfo sika na person wo di si cathedral ma won. So at least you have to be transparent to the people. As I say, a president promised to God. Until they won't touch anything about Ghana. Later, we kept asking, say, Sikano, say Namode Monsaka. You were feeling reluctant to tell us. Until in as much as Benghazi Jitum say, ye Christo, my ye dorsum. On country and the crop for say, Yemfa chrono quinso, and fanyadie. Who the yam panyakupon on some, but it won't be holy. Mami chira wa de. Uko Ghana wepa. on the 21st December 2022. Etifi seminar, National Cathedral Secretariat says it has received 225 million, not 339 million stated by Ken Oforiatta. In the Secretariat, they say, Siko Monsa can 225 million. In so Ken Oforiatta, Mampeninia say almost spending 339 million. Where anya krono eden. Into ABOAGYE na ye refi, no mako e chaka kwaje fana aka no. When America mitumra na machiresi. That is it. Intinu mo pese musia no problem. But mo for transparency anya krono two baby oya du nya meresi yes ka koya break a mortar. Go anya no na dey make heaven. Wofa, the next point is that na me nua bisa say Yakupo eni ye di ni ye ntini ye bisa ye hu say Oman ben na wo yeni ne etwa yen area basabasa ye eni honum. Ba yen bisa ye hu so say cathedral no e guarantee say ye si cathedral. Na say yan fa ne mengu kwan mu yi a things will be better. The fact say u si cathedral no nkire say everything will be okay. Obaso kire yen say apart from Ghana asumdwe wa hanom no Yakupon ye di ni ya ye wa asumdwe no ye si cathedral na be ma asumdwe no akoso. But wafa there were other countries in Africa omo national cathedral. So to say national cathedral no be prolonging the peace that we have no ain't possible. Uko countries like excuse me. Yes, uko country to say Benin, omo national cathedral. Cathedral no friend no Catonio cathedral. Uko country like yes Tanzania, omo cathedral. Uko country like Libya, omo cathedral. Uko country be to say Egypt, omo cathedral. Intinu minu anti asiese cathedral no en guarantee en peace. Say yen two yen anamon ya en guarantee ye peace. In as much say cathedral ni ye besinu ya wa amaya omo cathedral na asumdwe eniyo. Inti onya ne fact na or argue very well. Two. Eja me ya say mampeni ankasa or organize kumi prekusie me prekuma ni pe wuye in the 90s against VAT. Mro mo ba be nwa so ka kire yen say tax ya de ana John Mahama aban ediegu Ghana for so ama Ghana for ebre. Ntabale sense sa aban ne nne afani solemn or power say ne the only solution is say ye increase the tax VAT omukutia decades ago. One double standard of the MPP no. Omu opposition omu sunko omu opposition yen tun futrongu Ghana for enim e wa aban ne de oye no ba ye ba eniema ensem fata ye kati aban no. That's the same thing that we are doing. My last point on the e-levy. For me there e-levy no I don't support any percentage bia ofa because aban na dada yen omo ka kire yen say tax target the poor until the moment threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. Not no yen dada. Not the omo penny say parliament bedia to wie. Now subsequently what they will do is they will continue to do amendment. Until after a year or two omo ka kire yen say mobrohufo ana say onyani will not be affected by the tax no. And what so transfer 1 Ghana cedi mpoa you better e-levy.
May that say
this government has disappointed. I keep saying it. Omuni bi papa biya ma Ghana for democracy na yes sir. Yes ban ne otimi etu ni so at least efi abenwa ne so. But because you practicing democracy no yenum so entwe ope kakra next 2 years e bedu sisi ya I believe say Ghana for aswansa any mampeni ni party a owo nsusu e pa ni adwene pa e ma Ghana for e mini ni do a Ghana for beto santene ama the NDC a e dey niam papa egu akwemu a because na aban ni pa benwu aso abanti no otum futuro gu ye ni so a e ma na akwese dia we are not doing anything but time and posterity continuously to judge the NDC positively as against the N.
May I say, Felix, remind now, sorry,
of August. Let's set certain record straight. KPMG report our banking sector cleanup. Who read here? Nowhere did they recommend say you collapse banks. Nowhere. And a banks no, I identify them say they have problems. Problems wasn't problems said they could have been solved. If you want a board decisions be on my taking, near be on my ear, and now my actually, it means clearly not buying to a mocha and a buying team in Chia. Because some of them seek a share government contracts, emu contractors, and a buying into contractors and canteen not buying contractors in Chia. He says, the banks were not necessarily insolvent. Something a buying a creative artificial way to cripple the banks. And we so because of say at the time government appointees or financial institutions are they afraid of competition. So collapse banks. So let us get facts right. Now moving forward. Yes, you approve budget, you approve appropriation bill. Only you would join the rapport Kassan America say yes, but 2.5% because of numbers in T. Majority in carry the day no 136 against 135. And e-levy no so because Saban I didn't levy or that 1.5 with a threshold. And I now buying there by say will you threshold everyone more about 1%. And then they were against. From the perspective of the Progressive People's Party there, yeah, can you say you don't need any new tax handle until e-levy there and can say even I buy into the Sukrempo about parliament I can say or Babe approve it and that's all rejected. Taxes never order than na and say or expanded no beer tuabi and kakran because little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. Now beer juma o ye no revenue kakra onyano income kakra onyano watumi atua ho tax. Enunti and na yen you were against. But I buy akwa abano say oh yes. Mateso threshold no wa maintain ya. It was reasonable say omu ina abegia to because I didn't know what that. Now omu di aye adwuma senia omu ebe with the hope said in future no in 2023 the performance senia afeli bitterly senia UGNP e kan ho asem no ebetumi a performing in 2023 there. We live to see because if you for us we believe say it wouldn't even happen. Overgosi. Now, first commentary I'm making, I say tax be na a buying person or the bus taxi drivers for tax clearance certificate brands and where renewal licenses.
You know, see for
now buying a person or they introduce no. That was not the approach. GRA should devise a strategy on between ma taxi drivers, the commercial vehicle drivers, etimia tuat etuo ama Ghana enyesika because they get revenue. Omunya income. Why will you get income without paying tax? That's so much no mutumi etua tax. So GRA should find a means. Omaji obiane tax na boye. Going forward. Overgosi Cathedral and then non-cathedral and then near Twatwaso and then near Twatwaso. Sometimes I ask myself, say, is this the interpretation of the scripture on building of God's house? And I said, then, and the NT, I say, yeah, no more de Sambalatin to buy. Eddie, Mitie, Quabana, I say, Sambala to buy it and a Quabana Mafo. And a Mocasetia Cathedral. Overwesi.
Tom Penny said,
or say one more Cassetiania. Sir,
I said,
Sambala, Nehemiah Breno, he was not building the temple of God. He was building a wall around
Jericho.
Around Jerusalem. You see, a war, it means security. Security for the city of God. Why must you even bring it in the house of God?
See for me.
Yeah, yes, son, yeah, Mr. Because they be a scripture. Now, when I can see any baby, I assume as Christians. And who said, say, National Cathedral? And no near the everybody Nyamiasi because Nyami here no say we a free civil war. Because since I mean, Ghana, you call civil war mudao. We have not. Coup they were not civil wars. Ubi soja ni bi na ye ni coup. Since Kwame Nkrumah days, since one days, civil war see or my Ghana, bre ye go kosi na civil war see hada. So nobody should assume say Nyame ye fi civil war mu and until we are going to build a cathedral to thank him. It's neither here nor there. It is not a priority now. Yes, you can do it. But share who baby a would just say and I say expenditure a year and 9 years. It won't argue no. I think say it is appropriate say a you a buying an artist say 80 million Ghana cedis no on fan question. The watch education budgetary allocations in the SC or Hona of Akwasi. If you like, I will read something for you briefly. Because the time na me of Akwasi mami see now briefly. Here AC war education sector honum budgetary allocations are abanwe for the by 2022 ni 2023. Education sector capitation grant 2022 arrears are a buying into 45 million over 45 million Ghana cedis. And at this year, requesting 61 million Ghana cedis. Feeding grant to special schools. And also, arrears 8 million Ghana cedis. This year, to 2023, requested 12 million Ghana cedis. Establishment supplies to basic schools are. Arrears 8 million. Requested for 22 million. When in no, okani mienu bomwa. Capitation grantor, they needed about 106 million. I buy mom only 11 million. Feeding grants to special schools are. Okani mienu bomwa. Here 20 million. I buy mom 8 million. Adi items here mabubo they needed about 182 million for next year. I buy only 26 million. Now, education sector, why issue 26 million the amount? Now, Cathedral, they are saying 80 million. Now, do you have a plan and future for the state? And the new generation now, say, oh, no free SHS, and I will pay a amount 26 million, but was it 80 million Cathedral? So it was a needless expenditure, and I thank God, say. At long last, someone realizing the sense in it, and Mamoya then I withdraw quietly. That is what we are expecting. You moving on, you try and quote and find you are not in conclusive baby. You bring your biani. Because Midas.
Miss Midas, you had him saying that you did see and pay now. My messages no, be all right. Main kind comments in the kakra. I will have him say Master Red was say Ghanaians should have faith in MPP and the poorest friend, President Nanajo, that he will bring back the good track of economy. Let me start from here. Mama G Kaswa says Ghana will not bend because of the NDC. Mama G, and all kind of say. Okay. Al Hassan Cisse was Zeni Central says the most dishonest politicians ever the MPP group. Al Hassan Cisse with that one. Mystic Wonder and Soma Dredge says how can any level-headed person make Cathedral a priority? Nana Sam, I was Senegal. Dakar says, it saddens my heart so deeply and cannot comprehend and fathom why our leaders want to position every department and ministry in the central business area of Accra. How can we develop as a nation and expand ourselves with this kind of mentality? That's Nana Sam, N-O-D, N-O-B-I. Kwesi, where in this world are they living in paradise? Let's thank God we have a president like Nanado who is managing the economy well despite the global challenge. That Henry Kessie from Ododo Dio and Wadi way by Kwablavi from Pokrasi Benghazi or say Galamsey government. President Kufuor must scrap the e-levy, abolish Cathedral project, and fix the country before talking about Burkina Faso and Russia issue. That's one here from Kwablavi NOD Eno Ebaye. Okay. Leviticus Powers Kaswa says, please, is it not irony that the NDC is talking about what? Is the NDC saying if Ghana should collapse, the NDC can come to do what? Well, that's Leviticus Powers and Ubusa yes questions. Now I think I have one more that I have to do. Ike Ewatem, I'll say I would like people to read 1 Kings chapter 6 to 1 to the end, and we will see the materials used for the building of the house of the Lord. All the minerals God has given to them. That's Ike and whatever. So okay, so let me see if I can get that one for you. So 1 Kings 6 chapter 6 verse 1. King James Version says, and it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Ziv, which is the second. Well, I don't see anything except I'm reading wrongly, but that's what you give me. 1 Kings 6 1. Time to go. Entiano Pay Studio Hanmu say what Felix Mante, PPP Director of Communications, what Godwin Mahama, NDC Communication Team Member, and also this morning Benjamin Jeu Apia, Communication Team Member of the New Patriotic Party. Omoboy would you medie? Yes, sorry, so Kwejo Dami Adam, Wani Magjero Sajiman, and Omoboy me a Shishe Jumedie. Semini who wote Magjari and Ka Naminshana Medana say Oniwa and Quebecosa Naminsha Magjari Nana ya suffer from my bank of boy. Minso Amidi Hochami KWASI ABOAGYE. I'm your darling, right? Oh, where you me fry? Me so this way. DJ Bosco me who so atansi oba be hu munyuma akwa akopimbe ye prem to bre enti utimi yes anope so be ko yi papa na